The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the September 15th, 2022 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:03 a.m. And today is Miss Thrower's birthday, so we're going to kick off this meeting by singing happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nancy. Happy birthday to you. Thank you for indulging us. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules of this work session.
Thank you, Chair. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Great to see you this morning. It's hard to top the birthday celebration, so and happy birthday. I don't have any special items. We have a full agenda today, so I would just defer back to the board to continue. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. So I believe our first item is Mr. Ayers with School Improvement Plan with Macintosh Charter School. Good morning, Mr. Ayers.
Good morning. Madam Co-Chair, board members, Dr. Gullett, Attorney Powers, Mr. Davis. I'm here today, first of all, happy birthday, Ms. Thrower. I'm here today to introduce members of Macintosh Area School that will present to you their sponsor, an academic improvement plan as required by state statute. Section 1002.33 Florida statutes states that require that lower performing charter schools develop and implement strategies to raise student achievement. The director and representative of the governing board of a charter school that has earned a grade of a D or an F shall appear before the sponsor to present information concerning deficiencies and submit to the sponsor a school improvement plan designed to raise student performance. I will now introduce Mr. David Friedlander, principal of Macintosh Area School, and Ms. Deborah McKay, president of the governing board.
Good morning, Dr. Gullett and members of the board. We are here this morning to present our academic improvement plan to the board and to the school district. Macintosh Area School has recognized several academic deficiencies which resulted in low student achievement for the academic school year 21-22. The leadership team has implemented changes within personnel, curriculum, and the school day schedule to remedy these deficiencies and ensure the needs of our students are met this academic year and into the future. We are 100% committed to our students, families, and community, and have established milestones to guide and assess our success. The teachers, administrators, and staff at Macintosh are unified in their belief that all children have the ability to learn and are curious, creative, and want to succeed. We are determined to inspire them and help them do so. While we made strides last year to increase tutoring and interventions, it was not enough to close the gaps in achievement for our returning families nor to meet the needs of our students. Last spring and over the summer, I worked with the board on a staffing strategy and curriculum remapping to strengthen our academic rigor, assessment, and overall student achievement goals. While we are extremely disappointed in the school achievement results, we are embracing it as an opportunity to rebuild. We have undertaken a critical assessment of our academic program, staffing, and reviewed all assessment data from the last few years to chart a path forward that will make us stronger than we have ever been. We are committed to educating and nurturing student academic, social, and emotional growth at the Macintosh Area School. And while this plan goes into detail of overcoming our deficiencies, we have also made improvements into our students' enrichment as part of our reinforcing and growing our Eagle culture. We are 100% committed to this plan, and we identified the areas of curriculum realignment, staffing realignment, and enrollment as the 3 areas of focus for this year, so that moving forward, we will overcome these challenges today and make sure they do not reoccur in the future. As I said before, you all have our plan. As part of our in focus, we have hired an assistant principal who I'd like to introduce at this time, who is also our curriculum coordinator, to instill the academic rigor and monitoring processes within our school. Today we have Mrs. Colleen Beals, who is our assistant principal, as well as our curriculum coordinator, with over 9 years of experience in this area. Our goals, in light of our plan, is that every student will achieve, we're looking to achieve a B grade for the following year. We are 100% committed to that as a minimum. Based on the steps we've taken, the action steps of overhauling our curricular and our monitoring process, we intend to succeed in those areas. In addition to the assistant principal, we have hired a 20-year experienced certified K through 6 teacher. We have teachers, new teachers hired who are reading endorsed. We've extended the academic school day. We've included several blocks of MTSS. We've increased our after-school tutoring programs. And in addition, we have purchased the necessary curriculum and resource materials for success. As far as our enrollment, we recognize that has been an issue, a challenge for the last several years. We have added supplemental resources or curricular program or courses in our daily schedule. We've added music. We will be offering extracurricular sessions in art and Spanish to our students to entice and increase our student population. As I said, the end result will be an achievement level of at least a B in future years. Our staff will experience professional growth in both instructional design and instructional delivery, which will be reflected in performance evaluations and crosswalk to student performance where appropriate. Though we are measuring outcomes quantitatively against the FAST scores, the other assessment areas for student growth and staff achievement are necessary for the success of the entire action plan. We will provide the resources and opportunities for each child to meet or exceed their grade level potential and experience learning gains. We expect that our student performance will meet or exceed our goal of 54% of students achieving a score of at least level 3 or higher on statewide standardized ELA, math, and science assessments. With achievement of these goals and the consistency of a strong instructional administrative staff, we also expect to retain more families and to increase enrollment. We appreciate the time to address this plan with you and welcome any feedback that you might have. Thank you.
Ms. Thrower?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. What is your current enrollment?
55.
Okay. And is there a goal for increase to a?
Well, 65 is what we're shooting for.
Okay. Thank you. And my second question is, you are part of our school system, and we want you to be successful. So it's important for your school board to hear what you need from us through whatever channels those need to go through. Macintosh is a great little town up there. It's isolated. it's not easy to get to, and the kids need services.
They do, and we are 100% committed to providing those services, and we welcome any and all board members to come and visit our school, to see exactly what goes on up there, and we look forward to that opportunity to meet with you.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've been up there, so I'll make it a point.
Well, we'd love to see you.
Other questions, board?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Give a little history as to the prior to the school being established, and then the early issues associated as it moved along to this goal of 65 students and a B average, or a B level of every student. Just a little bit of background on the school.
Yeah, I'm going to defer that to our board president, Ms. Deb McKay.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Ladies, good morning. We are in our 20th year, so October of 2023 is our 20th year of being established as the Macintosh area school. The school is designed by class size from K through 5 to support 108 students when it was initially instituted. We have not, through the history of the school, been able to make that number just based on the area and demographics and things of that nature. The school has been in the high 80s, as I understand from looking back at old books. I could get you the exact number if you'd like. We did not have a competing school in the area as far as another school of choice. We are just a few miles shy of the Alachua County border. So in about 10 years ago, Micanopy, which is the other historic town to the north of us, they opened up it's called MAX. So it's the Micanopy Area Cooperative School. So it has a similar name. And many of our families, as they drive north to go to Gainesville, might choose to go there or coming south. So that is our closest competitor from a perspective of a closest school. Our district school for Marion that's closest is Reddick Collier, as you know, who provides our lunch services to us. So our biggest competitor from that perspective is Max. When Max opened up, there was a huge shift of population away from the Macintosh school to Max. They had a huge fundraising, and the local community there, in the county, although it's different, the rules are different. My friends in Micanopy, both at the middle high school, many of our kids go to that middle high school. They're both charter schools up there. They have told us that they don't receive the support out of Alachua that we receive out of Marion County. Mm-hmm. So when that competing school showed up with a lot of resources, they were able to offer other enrichments. They have hardened buildings. They have a different appearance and a different feel. That drew our enrollment, from my understanding from the history, sir, has not come back as strongly with that competitor, which is less than 5 miles up the road. So I think that's some of the dynamic. We have been an A school in the past. Miss Vining was there for some time and did a great effort at the school. Because of the tyranny of distance, the lack of transportation is a big limitation for our families to get to work and those things. But they would prefer not to have their children bus 45 minutes to get to the school from where they live, right? So whether it's we have people from Fort McCoy over to Williston, Evanston, Micanopy, as well as Spar, that come to our school for a lot of reasons. They like the smaller feel. They like that there's more adult eyes, really, than there are student eyes to keep close on everything. But I think the biggest thing that we as a team have been able to look at is that pivotal event when that competing school in Alachua County drew our enrollment away, even though the school was an A school and doing well. So I think that answers your question without going on.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. That gives that a beautiful historic picture.
Yes, sir.
And the current dynamics, population, demographic dynamics, which is critical. You've got to provide for your customer base, and providing for that base. That's what I want to hear. Your top 5 ways to nail it and really outperform other choices, because choice is everything, really, and especially in America.
Yes, sir. The last thing I would say, and then I'll step away, is Ms. Thor, you mentioned the isolation of our area. We are your north representation for the county, and we are an example of you. We reflect you, and we take that seriously. So there are no restaurants to support us. Our staff have to bring food every day because there's not a restaurant within, 5-7 miles away from the school. We don't have an opportunity for a vendor for school meals. Our only option is Marion County. Our children were at all Title I school. Our families work hard, but we are 100% reliant on that breakfast, that hot lunch, and that afternoon snack. We have a high enrollment. Our aftercare program last year made nearly $22,000 profit, actually net, because our families need that aftercare till 6 p.m. Then they can come home from work and do what they need to do. So we have been approved for a 4-H program, which our parents asked for. That has started. We have a running club, which is our highest popular club for fitness, and it's after school, now Spanish, and now art. So our families not only want those enrichments, and we were planning to put them into the academic day this year, but we had to make them clubs to accommodate the student achievement grade that we earned. So there is a strong need. The school used to be historically white. It is not. That has changed in the last 8 to 10 years, and this team has made every effort to meet with families with needs of all stripes and colors to diffuse that reputation that used to be in these older towns. So we are drawing on a huge population to try to bring students to this school that, quite frankly, other schools have asked to leave, and to invest in them and to help them grow and achieve their potential. So we do have a list of things that we think the board, the team here in Marion County could help us with. Stephen has been a very big proponent of us, but we really would probably benefit from a smaller conversation to help get after these different pieces from the whole large team that you have to help us figure out the right doors to go to, whether it's food delivery, digital classroom enhancement, transportation, et cetera. I know that's not the part of today, but since you offered that, we are all ears and we're willing to work and to put the effort in to grow this school to its full potential for what, as you said, sir, this community needs. There's no one else up there for them. There is Marion Schools, obviously. I'm not discounting Reddick Collier by any stretch, but we are a school choice for you to allow those parents to do that. Who don't want their children on a bus for 40, 50 minutes, to go far away from their home, if that makes sense. So, sorry.
Thank you.
Ms. Keene, did you have anything?
I do not. I appreciate the plan. When I was reading this, though, I guess I do have one question. The 21 that were in 3rd through 5th, and you said the population, only 11 students counted. You put that in there, and I'm just kind of curious what your point was with that.
Okay, so on the school grade, when they calculated our school grade, the 4th and 5th grade population in those grade levels didn't have enough students for their grades to actually calculate for our overall school grade. So our school grade, unfortunately, is only calculated based on our 3rd grade students. So our entire grade is evaluated based on our 3rd grade class, just due to our lower numbers. So that's just looking at that. So it's just making sure that our data was clear as we look at it.
Okay, thank you. I just saw that, and it just, I wasn't.
Yeah, because it's just it's just not the normal when you're looking at school data. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Thrower.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Do you know offhand how many students more you would have to have in the other grades for their scores to then be able to count?
Yes, we need to have at least 10 students in each grade level for it to count. And currently we have 5 students in our 5th grade class and 6 students in our 4th grade. So we would need to get up to 10 students each.
Okay. Okay, because these micro schools have their own challenges and can certainly be really viable, as proven by successful past history, important piece to what we're able to offer. So I'm just trying to make sure that we have all the context. Thank you.
Mr. Browning?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think you answered my question. So it's a statistical sample size to make the sample valid, and that's as low as it can go.
Correct.
I got it. And there's an advantage in that. I will just say to you, the smaller the sample, the easier it is to implement and grow. If you think back to the one-room schoolhouse and the teacher and the students, and as society has grown larger, it has gotten harder and harder to implement that original teacher and students in the classroom that we all grew up under, especially somebody, I'm senior in age on the board, and many of my references are often said, well, we don't do it that way anymore, kind of jokingly. So you guys are in a uniquely, highly powerful, almost a laboratory environment where you can implement and grow. So that's exciting for me, because I always like success at the end of the tunnel, and as quickly and as powerfully as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't necessarily have a question for you all necessarily. Maybe this is for Mr. Ayers. I personally would just like to see, whenever we have perhaps quarter two progress monitoring or something, to get an update on where they are and where they see themselves as projections go. I appreciate that we're getting this report now. I'm certain that you probably had an indication of where this grade was going to be ahead of when it actually came available, especially since you know what your size of population and statistics are. So if we could just get updates along the way as you all are progress monitoring, I think that would be helpful sooner rather than later, so that we're not getting the school grade in April or May, getting the school grade in July off of the tests that you all have taken in April and May. But if we can have that update maybe December, whenever the next update is, that would be helpful for me.
As part of our plan, we do include that we are following the Marion County's assessment schedules and implementing them according to the rigor that was set out.
Okay, perfect. And if we just include them with ours, and I think they probably are always included, but just for us to take special note and attention to them.
That probably should be, because they probably submit that to him. And
Right. And he's nodding his head at us. Yeah, he's on it.
Yeah, we have very close contact with Mr. Ayers, so it's a good relationship we have. And if you ever need us back, we will certainly be glad to come back and give you progress reports personally. To update you. I do want to add one comment that Ms. McKay did say earlier about opening up our school to more diverse students to try to increase our enrollment, but to make sure parents or children that are in that area are being provided with a quality education. We have also increased the number of students with educational needs, special educational needs, IEPs, 504 plans, and that also, will lead to challenges, but we are providing the necessary services and resources to them as well, which is increasing our, service delivery system that we need to enhance. So, we want to make sure that those students are being provided for with the best quality of service. And so we have increased that number based on our statistics.
Thank you very much. I think that's all. Thank you. I appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you very much. We look forward to your input and comments.
Look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Terrific. So next on our agenda is the student progression plan. Dr. Livengood, Ms. Riedel.
Yes, good morning. Superintendent Dr. Gullett, Board Vice Chair, Ms. Campbell, Board members Ms. King, Ms. Thrower, and Mr. Browning, and of course Attorney Powers and Mr. Greg Davis. Good morning. Ms. Elementary Director, Ms. Riedel, and I are going to present to you revisions, recommendations for the 22-23 Student Progression Plan today. We have provided handouts for you just to help simplify the revisions that we're going to speak to. So please know that the revision, the pages are exactly as in the big document. That document is 100 pages. It is a working document, so I want to make note of that. Our team began this process back in February, late February, March, and due to the legislation and the governor's final signatures in July, we still are working to ensure that this plan is as clean and as accurate as possible. So please note that we are still working on some formatting and grammatical changes to this document, but today we would like to go ahead and present to you some of our key revision recommendations. So I will begin with the first, let me move here. The purpose of the Student Progression Plan is to provide to students, parents, and staff a guide for what students must know and be able to do to progress through each grade level in accordance with Florida State statute. Please know that this document is we consider every administrator to have this document as well as the Marion Code of Conduct on their desk at all times. This is an important document because it helps guide us through what the state has provided through technical assistance as requirements for promotion and graduation of high school. The revisions today were provided by a committee that began, like I stated, in late February, early March. It was created by principals, directors, coordinators, and 2 parents that participated and were able to provide input from a variety of locations and school sites. The additional work session is scheduled, if needed, on October the 6th. The request to schedule a public hearing will take place on October the 11th, and the public hearing will take place on October 25th, 2022.
I just wanted to ask, I think that your request to schedule a public hearing is currently on the 9/27 agenda, which is what's needed to meet our...
To meet the date, the time frame.
So I think it's there, but just...
And the public hearing will then take place on October 25th.
Right.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. So our first recommended revision can be found on page 12, which is your first page of your handout. Number 4, the revision refers to students who have earned a standard diploma may continue to receive a free appropriate public education if they request. This revision is for our students with disabilities. They need to make that request in writing by May 15th of their senior year to defer the receipt of their diploma. The rationale for this change is it's state statute, and it clarifies the due date for deciding to defer their diploma. The Exceptional Student Education Team works closely with all of the high schools to make sure that all parents are aware of this change and they understand clearly what it means to defer their diploma, and that date is clear for all of our families. One area that you will see will affect the entire document, and I will allow Ms. Riedel to take over from this point.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So the 2 changes that you see here, you will see throughout the document, so it won't be specifically in your handout, but we had to remove references to NGSSS, which stands for Next Generation Sunshine State Standards, and replace with State Academic Standards, and that would be for the areas of science and social studies. We also had to remove references to the Florida Standards Assessment because students no longer take that assessment, and replaced it with the FAST assessment, the Florida's Assessment for Student Thinking. So those changes were made throughout. The next elementary change
comes on pages 27 and pages 28. It's the elementary proficiency chart. And the changes were made, again, based on new assessments. There are references made to iReady, but we also added the new STAR Early Literacy, STAR Reading, STAR Early Literacy, STAR Reading, and STAR Math, and changed FSA to the FAST assessment. The changes in elementary acceleration guidelines on pages 30 and 31 also referenced old assessments and needed to be changed to new. So in other words, the Flickers assessment, which is the Florida Kindergarten Readiness Screener, used to be listed, and we changed that to the STAR Early Learning. On page 34, we changed some verbiage to add statute language to the assignment of a grade level. So looking specifically at the second sentence in that section, it says Part 3, Elementary Grade Progression, Sentence 2. We eliminated the verbiage of socially and emotionally. So I'm going to read the old sentence, and then I'll read what we replaced it with. It used to say, the primary responsibility for determining each student's performance and ability to function academically, socially, and emotionally in the next grade level is that of the classroom teacher in conjunction with the principal. So it currently says the primary responsibility for determining each student's performance in the next grade is that of the classroom teacher in conjunction with the principal. So we removed the section about socially and emotionally because the state statute clearly refers to the elimination of social promotion throughout that statute 1008.25. Also on page 34, section B1, we changed the verbiage to remove math skill acquisition as a basis for considering retention. So the old sentence, this is sentence 2, it said when considering retention, the primary concern is the student's progress in their reading ability with secondary consideration for math skill acquisition. So it currently reads, when considering retention, the primary concern is the student's progress in their reading ability, and the reason for this change, the statute 1008.25 includes criteria that consistently emphasizes student reading proficiency as the primary concern. Not that we don't look at math, science, and multiple sources of data, it just states that reading is the primary concern. And the same section, page 34B1, we changed some verbiage to delete the district from the student retention decision-making process. So the old language in sentence 3 stated, after the teacher initiates a potential retention for a student, a committee including appropriate school and district personnel recommends the retention if the student's progress towards standard mastery necessitates that action. So although the district can advise school-based personnel, we changed the statement to say after the teacher initiates a potential retention for a student, a committee including appropriate school personnel recommends the retention. And again, this was done because school personnel, teachers, administrators, they know their students best. Our department is absolutely involved in the process in the sense that we can certainly advise those school teams regarding retention and looking at multiple sources of data, but that it is not the district making the determination if a student is retained or not. And that completes the changes for elementary.
Ms. Riedel, Ms.
Yes.
Brewer has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, in the end, with retention decisions, who makes the final determination?
So it will be a school-based committee, teachers, administrators, whoever they choose to put on that committee. It could be a reading coach, a parent. So we want input from all of those stakeholders, but it's the school-based personnel who make the determination for retention, with the exception of third grade because of the mandatory retention. But are you referring to K1, 2, 4,
Yes,
5?
yes, I am. And thank you for saying parents, and I'm trying to visualize the decision makers and the stakeholders in this. And it sounds to me like it's similar to an IEP meeting where the parent is actively involved and is highly encouraged to be actively involved. And in the end, it is a committee decision based on the data and what's the committee's determination is best for that child. So I'm trying to draw some comparisons here to wrap my head around this, because it's something that we've been talking about for so long, and it's something where the community needs clarity, and frankly, so do I.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you read the statute, it does reference the principal basically has the final decision. However, this process usually starts very early in the school year. We know right from the get-go which students are struggling. And so parents are involved in that process from the start of the school year based on student proficiency, interventions provided, and that type of thing. So the hope is that conversations would be happening throughout the year. Parent conferences, possibly IEP meetings if the student is an ESE student, but those conversations should happen throughout the year with multiple stakeholders, including the parents. Oftentimes, a parent requests a retention, and they can certainly do that in writing, but there are so many data pieces that we gather throughout the year and that change throughout the year. And so the decisions, even though we have students on our radar and we have students on a watch list and we're monitoring and providing those interventions, there are so many different factors that come into play other than a student's reading proficiency or, sometimes we look at attendance and discipline, and the case is a different case for every single student. So it is important to involve as many stakeholders at the school level as possible. But it's ultimately going to be a recommendation of a school-based committee, and then the principal makes the final decision. But we absolutely want to listen to parents because they know their students best, but also hear from the people who are with them for 6 hours a day.
Thank you for these clarifications. And I'm thinking about Attorney Powers here, the power in the words, hope versus shall. And we have 180 days, and kids' progress ebbs and flows.
Yes.
And we need, I'm not going to say I hope, because we need to do better in involving our parents, and I'll say caregivers, because a lot of our parents these days, a lot of our kids these days are not necessarily with their blood parents. And the stakes are so high for each and every child.
Yes.
And I love hearing that the focus is on the groups of people that know that child the best.
Yes.
And are nimble about understanding how the kid's progress is going throughout the course of those 180 days. This is just really critical to me to get right. I'm sure it's critical to everybody, or you wouldn't be standing here in front of us. Yep. And I'm hyper-focused on it because of the importance. So many times kids have gone on and arrived in third grade completely unprepared. And if we have jam-up teachers across all grade levels, fantastic ones in third grade, because we know that is a very high-stakes grade.
Yes.
But there's only so much that even a magical teacher can accomplish. So thank you for sharing what you're sharing, and just coming from one board member, whatever can be done to make sure that this process is really implemented with fidelity and with fierceness on behalf of the child and the families, I'll be really happy.
Thank you.
Ms. King.
Yes, I echo everything Ms. Thrower just said, because what you said, which ultimately is the final say-so, is you said the principal makes the final decision. And I don't know if the other board members had, any background or whatever, but I personally have a background. And even though there have been committees involved with students, when a principal overrides that, what the committee has decided, the parents have decided, and they don't communicate that to the parents and with fidelity or honoring, what we set in place, then this really means nothing. And so I do hope that moving forward, I'm not going to be here to know, but moving forward that it's truly honored and that whatever the committee decides, that hopefully the leaders, the principal, honors that. And that, things should not be coming to the board to try to correct something that one person thinks rather than the committee. So, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, may I? To your point, Board Member King, I couldn't agree more. It is my expectation as a superintendent that those meetings, those team meetings are held with the parent face-to-face. When all possible, they need to do those face-to-face. Every effort needs to be made. And the committee is the voice of those teachers, staff members, parent, of course, at the top of the list, who know the student and the child the best. And it's my expectation that we make every effort to make sure they're face-to-face and that we uphold the decision of the committee.
Mr. Browning?
Yes. This is really near and dear to my heart, and I'm taking it that we're mostly getting in line with the statutes. We're pulling things in so that it's legal and appropriate, and we're sensitive to the direction from Tallahassee.
Yes.
That's a biggie, and I love that concept. I would like you to talk around the term retention because often words get used like failing isn't, we don't use that word, we say we're recovering, if it's a school. If it's a student, we're retained, or we're, retention to me might mean the school, and to some of the people in the, in the community. We used to call it pass or fail, or you were held back. And so if we can be a little bit more frank, because I'll tell you, I belong to an organization, it's called the Einstein Club. And the Einstein Club was formed because Einstein got put back in the second grade. He was retained, to use that current. I also was retained. And one of the people that was not consulted, and it's always been an issue for me, I had to find these things out later in the fourth and fifth and sixth, that what the criteria was and what actually took place during those meetings. The student was not involved. And I noticed this, that the student really needs, because it's the student who is impacted. And a student, if they can be consulted along the way, it would at least in I think in a human sense, it would really matter. Often, and I don't know if we still do it, and I'm asking you, maturity, academic, there were all these reasons that came up, and the needs of the institution. Anecdotally, I'll just say that I was in a private school, and there was a competition between Order of Nuns that ran the school. I didn't think that the other one was up to speed. So I bring that up to reflect on what we're doing now, because we have a chance with a clean blackboard, really, a clean slate, to do as good a job as we possibly can do. So the more clarity in terms of what is actually happening to that student, and then those reasons, if they can be communicated to that student, and that student then can be involved, because sometimes maturity, you are who you are. Sometimes there was just different theories that were around in the last 50 years that a student does a little better if they're a little older. Let's put them back, that kind of thing. So they're so arbitrary and institutional, but yet the student is the one that lives with it their whole life. And until I found out that Einstein flunked the second grade, it kind of bothered me. But now it's a point of honor. So I just say that to you. If you could talk around the idea of retention and say what that means.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks. And we don't necessarily say pass or fail per se, but you did mention stay back. And I think, when I was back in elementary school, that's the term we use. This person stayed back, or our friend stayed back in third grade. So retention, repeating the same grade level for a second year in a row is what that would be. And as far as looking at, and you're right when you mentioned all of those things that we need to consider, because I think I said to Ms. Thrower earlier, every case is so different because every student is so different. And our principals and school administrators and teachers, they want to do right by the students. They don't want to push students forward if they are not ready. But there are so many factors that we do look at. I think I mentioned, attendance, but we have multiple pieces of data. And so we want to make sure that if we have a student struggling in reading and they are being provided intensive intervention in reading, we question, were they there every day to receive that intensive intervention? Because if they were present for 100 days and they receive that intervention and they're still not making any progress, that's a big problem. If they were in 100 days of school, if they were absent 50 of those days, they weren't there to receive that intervention. So that's something to have a conversation about within that committee, and involve your school social worker and school counselor and target that attendance piece. So when I said earlier we monitor these things throughout the year, we do because we have multiple people that are resources that we bring in throughout the year to address certain student concerns. Example, a student's not performing and we find out something's going on at home, we could easily involve our school social worker. So this is a complex process. It's not a checklist that we fill out once a year and say, yes, 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 no, 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 okay, retained. It's something that is well thought out from the start of the year, or maybe even previous years, that involves multiple people, multiple decisions, and us to take action on things. When we are looking at a specific student and we're noticing certain things, whether it be, academic or behavior, we have to address it. And our school system does a great job at establishing multidisciplinary team meetings every month with school psychologists and social workers and the student services manager. So it's just not one or two people looking at these students that we're considering retention for. It is literally a team effort. It's an army of people who are looking at every single aspect of that student. And does the committee believe that student could achieve if he or she were retained or not? One thing I just want the board to know is that it's not taken lightly within the walls of a school. These are decisions that are very well thought out by a lot of people. And in the end, we have to do what's right for the student. We have to do what's most appropriate and what's best for that student's well-being and academics.
Chair?
If I could just have a follow-up. That's beautiful, and I really like that. That's a valuable background to what actually takes place. I would like to see if we can do it, to the extent we can, to have, diagram the sentence, when we retain the object that is retained. Then we have the verb retain, but then what gets retained in grade, for example. Then everybody would understand, because initially it sounds like they may not be retained in the school. There's a lot of possibilities when the object isn't there of of the verb. So that's one. The second is there a possibility, since we're on this, and I'll just say it quickly, to often there would be, if you were not getting it, let's just say we're in the third grade, we're not getting it exactly, but we're not back at square one. The student is close, but they're just, there's a missing element to accomplishing that level of success. We used to have a thing called audit, where you wouldn't be given a grade because you saw you were, the teacher saw you were making progress, but you needed some remedial action. You needed it. And so is there a way, is there something in place that you can be retained in grade and then accelerated out of that in the event, boom, the pieces do come together quickly instead of waiting an entire year? Do we have that capacity?
We do. It's in the student progression plan and in the state statute. So parents have the ability to apply for a mid-year promotion or whole grade promotion. There's a whole process for that, but they can apply, and there's certain timelines for them to be able to do that. But yes, absolutely.
The teacher and principal or anybody in that play can do that. Initiate or get it rolling or communicate that possibility.
Yes.
That's excellent.
Yes, anybody can do that.
Wow,
yes.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you obviously stimulated a lot of conversation and questions from us.
Okay.
But it's really the core and crux of what we do, what we're dedicated to, and what we're held responsible for. And sometimes each one of those things don't always end up in the benefit for the child, because in the end we're held accountable for school grade, we're held accountable for where we perform as a county compared to others. And I know of many times where that has trumped, in some ways, what's best for the child, because people are trying to survive in the framework that we are mandated to operate under. And as long as I'm on this school board, I'm always going to champion the child. We can say whatever, we can say, hey, we're not as high performing as we'd like to be, but we did what was best for kids. I'll sleep fine. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, I'm glad that the student was mentioned, and that's why I was trying to compare it to IEP meetings, because in IEP meetings, what are they about? They're about the kid. And a lot of times the kids don't even attend the IEP meetings. We've gotten better about that. But why would we hide anything from the child? They're the ones that have to live it, walk it, talk it, breathe it, through their whole life. And I wanted to share an example of anyone on this board that wants to visit a school, and I know that there's more, but this one just happens to be in my district, where each and every student owns their learning. They know exactly where they stand. They know how well they're progressing. They know how fast they're progressing. They know where they still need to focus. And that is Oakcrest Elementary School. So if you want to go to school, go to Oakcrest, because you will own your learning. And that to me is such a huge piece of this. Because if the kids aren't invested in their learning, and they have no idea why they're there or what caused them to be held back or promoted, or, they're just twisting in the wind. So I know that we're doing a better job of that these days, and I know that we can continue to build on that. And that's super, super important.
Thank you. Well said.
Thank you, Ms. Riedel.
You're welcome.
Dr. Livengood, I guess you're up to continue the presentation.
Just give us 1 second, please.
Print that one out.
Okay, we will continue with secondary education. If you refer to your handout, at top of the page, it will say slide 9. That's just to give you an easier reference. This recommendation involves our students with disabilities. On page 40, section A3, it's at the bottom of the page. You will see where this particular revision is taking place. The language was edited to add scheduling will be aligned to the needs documented in the individual educational plan or educational placement. You will see at the very bottom that sentence begins, the reason this revision took place is that we needed to clarify the process for our IEP teams to accommodate the inclusion of intensive or remedial classes to ensure consistency with the scheduling between our general education students and our students with disabilities. The next revision is on page 50. You will not see the change on this page because it was removed from last year's student progression page on 57. So this particular deleted statement was the exceptional student education teacher may be responsible for the exploratory subjects depending on the student's individual educational plan. We removed that statement to remove any possible implication that students in an exceptional student education classroom may not have the same opportunities as those in the general education peers taking the career and technical education classes. We'll move to the next slide. If you'll look at page 45, section 8, titled Students with Disabilities. The wording was changed regarding accommodations for assessments and potential exemptions from assessments to clarify language and align with Florida statute. Board Member Browning stated this earlier. We have worked really hard to update the progression plan to be in alignment with our Florida statutes and to clarify language to make sure that we have exact language to meet the Florida statute. So on page 45, again, section 8A, that language has been updated just to reflect the accommodations for assessments. It also can be found on page 63, section A3. Again, that's just to align with the Florida statutes. On the same slide, page 69, we will speak to, we removed the wording that referred to the seniors. Let me restate that. We removed wording referring to seniors in the following statement. Quote, who are seniors and meeting the following criteria may be considered for a waiver. Florida statute does not limit the waiver to only seniors. Some of our sophomores and juniors can be granted that waiver. So we clarified that in our progression plan revisions for you. And the format, this will really help our parents and our students and administrators when they're working through the progression plan. You will notice on page 57, we clarified graduation options. We removed the narrative and placed the items in a chart format. So you will notice on page 57 and 58, it is much easier to make sense of exactly what a student needs to know to graduate from high school. And it provides the different options available to the students. So again, the rationale was to clarify the graduation options, to remove the narrative and place the items in the chart format. And that is on pages 57, 58. And on page 69 in your handout, it is on, still it says slide 11 at the top, which is the third slide 11 page for you. There is a new section, and we're excited to add this section. It's the career dual enrollment as an option for students. We added this section because we've added the career dual enrollment option at Marion Technical College. This option is available for students that are eligible in secondary schools to earn high school credit at the same time that they work towards a career certificate or an associate or baccalaureate degree program of study. That language begins on page 69. It's in the G section of career dual enrollment and continues on to page 70. And that's an exciting addition for us. And on slide 12, there is one recommended revision, and that is to change the wording to add graduation with highest honors, which is 4.0 and above. And the rationale is that our Marion County Public Schools has added that third tier to honors and class rankings. That can be found on page 75. It's the lowest section on that page in D1, and it just specifies the differences between students with graduation with honors, high honors, and our highest honors.
Dr. Livingood, I have a question about the chart that you showed us on page 57 and 58, slide 11 specifically. The new Florida statute is also requiring for graduation a half credit in financial literacy. Are we classifying that as the half credit in economics listed?
Next year.
Next year. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We're excited about that. We're working hard to begin that implementation, and that will be included in the 2023-2024 school year.
Okay. All right. Perfect. That answered that question.
Thank you. At that time, that concludes our recommended revision, so we'll be happy to take questions. And of course, Ms. Riedel is still here if we need to address any elementary recommended revisions as well. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Thrower?
Yes, I just have a quick question about the financial literacy because I'm really excited about that one. And so is there going to be a specific curriculum or textbook? I'm assuming that there's going to be.
We're waiting. We're excited. We are going to learn more at the FOIL conference, which is our Organization for Instructional Leaders conference next month. That's our first session that we're excited to attend. But the state's working hard to prepare the curriculum, the map, the actual standards, and then we'll move forward with resources.
Okay, because if there hasn't already been talk about this, I would love to hear some ideas about bringing in our community experts as guest speakers as part of that curriculum framework. You know, local CPAs, local financial advisors, local bank representatives, you know, real world application. To me, a course like this is ripe for that type of partnership. So just an idea.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm already thinking about the two that presented for us at our parent partnership last year. We were fortunate that team came, so I already have them on the radar to bring them into the schools.
I figured you probably did.
But that's great. We're excited about that. We all know how much our own students and all the students in our district need those skills.
Yes.
Absolutely. And with the credit union on Bellevue High's campus, that gives real world experience right there for the
We're
students.
excited. We were in the bank this week, so that was exciting.
Right. Mr. Browning?
Yes, something that might fit in. I've had several conversations, both with school personnel and community personnel, and that is the idea of, let's just say, to use a name, a Vanguard type or BlackRock type investment fund. I'm associated with some foundations, and we're looking very hard at, this is an outline, but if we took a school and we had a donated principal, and then we put that PLE principal, not PAL, and we took that principal and we invested that, and then let the students make the investment decisions along the way, they would suddenly, especially in the equity markets, completely dial in, and the competition and the final outcome of this would be enormous. Which one is contributing the most? And then these funds, they can double and they double and they double, and it's totally within their scope of doing it. And then they could do it personally or whatever, because people do grow up and they ultimately do personally get involved, or they have retirement plans that they start at a very young age. And it matters if you understand this. And it is the key to wealth. And so that level of understanding probably would fit in. If you have any problems with that fitting in, let me know. I would like to know about it because I'm talking to some folks at the legislative level, and I would really, this is near and dear to my heart, because one of the few ways that you can protect your retirement within your organization, whatever that is, like Florida Retirement Plan, and individually, to be able to protect your future. So it's a very exciting place, and it's so doable. It's completely doable. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it, Dr.
Good.
Livingood. Thank you.
Well, the next question we need to discuss then is the additional work session needed, or at this point, can we move forward with removing that from the next work session agenda?
I'm good.
I'm good. You're good? Okay, we're good.
You're great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, excellent presentation, by the way.
Thank you. Did you get that?
So next up, we have Mr. Ben Whitehouse to talk to us about state and district assessment updates.
Chair,
Yes.
after him, can we take a
Yes, that was my intention. I'm hoping we
I
can.
figured you weren't.
Good morning. You guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Superintendent Gullett, Attorney Powers, Mr. Davis. I'm sure you all have heard in the last year quite a bit of conversation about changes in assessments. It was a big part of the legislative agenda for this last year. So I'm here to provide you with some updates of changes to our state assessments, but also how we've changed some of our district assessments in response. So before we get into this, I really do want to pause for a moment, just talk about why do we assess, especially for our general public, because assessments oftentimes get a bad rap, but assessments are really a key part of what we do with helping our students be successful in the classroom. So reasons that we assess: one, we have to determine our students' mastery of the Florida standards. Those are what we are obligated to teach by the state of Florida, so we have to make sure our students are mastering those. It also helps teachers measure what students know, understand, and are able to do in the classroom, and how teachers can then provide support based on that knowledge. It helps us to gauge students' progress toward grade level expectations, and when students are not performing on grade level, it helps us to determine where they are performing and where some of those interventions can be placed so that students can be successful. And then most importantly, it helps teachers inform their future instructional decisions. And if you see the little graphic there on the continuous improvement model, that check piece is the assessment, and that's a critical piece of that continuous improvement model. And of course, teachers then taking that data and making decisions based off of what they see. So Senate Bill 1048 was the big piece of legislation that came out last year and made quite a few changes that impacted assessments and accountability for the school year. So the first big change, and this started with the governor's announcement about this time last year that the FSA was going to go away and it was going to be replaced with a progress monitoring system. And that new progress monitoring system has been named the Florida Assessment for Student Thinking, or FAST, and it is designed to measure our new standards that were implemented this year, 3 through 10, the benchmarks for excellent student thinking, or BEST. The FAST assessment is given in both English Language Arts and in math. English Language Arts assesses starting in pre-kindergarten and goes all the way up through 10th grade based on the grade level that students take. And then our math assessment starts in kindergarten for FAST and goes all the way up through 8th grade. However, it excludes algebra and geometry, so any of our middle school students that are taking those courses do not participate in the FAST math assessment. They take the end of course assessments at the end of the year, as they always have. Probably the biggest shift that we saw this year with assessments was that all assessments now for all grades starting in pre-kindergarten all the way through 10th grade are now computer-based. And while that was how we'd been doing it 7th grade through 10th grade, for our younger students, this has been a big shift, and for our schools themselves, a big shift in how we are assessing our students. So there are two companies that we work with now for the state assessment, the FAST piece. The first one is Renaissance Learning. They handle all of our assessments for VPK up through 2nd grade. We are not strange to Renaissance. We've used them for years now with our Florida Kindergarten Readiness Assessments, or FLICRs. So this was a familiar site, familiar program, and familiar to our schools to access. However, obviously we are now assessing a lot more than just our kindergarten students and more than once a year. So these assessments are given one session and only one subject per day. There are 3 attempts for the progress monitoring that they're given. Progress monitoring 1 at the beginning of the year, which we are doing right now, and then a middle of the year and end of the year assessment for our students in each of those grades. They are computer adaptive, and I'll talk about in just a minute what computer adaptive really means for us. And they do require headphones, especially with our younger students. They aren't able to read, and so the computer has to be able to read a lot of the information to them. And our Title I office was able to provide headphones to all of our schools to make that a possibility and save our schools from having to acquire all those. So when we talk about having computer adaptive testing, this graphic just gives you a quick representation of what that looks like. So instead of a paper-based test where every student gets the same questions, the same complexity of questions at the same time, adaptive really meets the needs of the student to help us really pinpoint where a student is performing in relation to grade level standard. So in this example, the students are given an easier question at the beginning. The green means they got it right, so as they continue to get questions right, those questions get progressively more challenging. If they miss a question, the computer adapts and drops it back down to an easier question. And you'll see as that starts to level out, as the student answers more and more questions until it finally hones in on where they really are performing in relation to those grade level standards. So that just gives you a quick graphic about what we're talking about with computer adaptive assessments. So how long are these assessments? They're pretty short for our younger students. So our VPK kindergarten and first grade students, they take the STAR Early Literacy Assessment. Through Renaissance and STAR Early Literacy measures phonological awareness, phonics, and of course early numeracy. And those are about 10 to 20 minute long assessments. The STAR Reading, which is for our independent readers starting in first grade and beyond, those are a little bit longer assessments. And then the STAR Math Assessment, which we begin in kindergarten, is about a 20 to 30 minute long assessment for those students. The other company that the state partnered with for our state progress monitoring system is Cambium. Again, Cambium is a familiar company to us. We've used Cambium for the last few years for our upper grade students for computer-based testing. So now we're using the same platform starting in grades 3 all the way up through 10. Again, we're only administering one session. That is going to be a change when we get to the May assessment. Typically our ELA and math assessments were 2-day assessments. Now there will only be 1-day assessments when we get to May, so that is a welcome change. The first 2 progress monitoring windows, progress monitoring 1 and progress monitoring 2, are for informational purposes only for the schools. They are not tied to accountability. The third one that we give in May, which is what we're typically used to seeing with state assessments, that will be used for accountability purposes, for school grades and for other things like third grade promotion, graduation requirements, etc. This year, because we have changed standards and changed assessments, is a baseline year, and I'll talk about that a little bit more when I get into accountability. And then starting next school year, we will have new cut scores applied. So right now, the data that we're looking at is based off of our cut scores for the FSA assessments from last school year. So how long are these assessments for our older students? The first 2 progress monitoring windows are a little bit shorter, so 90 minutes for ELA for our first 2 assessments, and then 120 minutes, a little bit longer for the one that counts for accountability at the end of the year. Writing assessment is unchanged at 120 minutes, and then our math assessments, 100 minutes right now. They'll be a little bit longer in the spring as well. And then 5th and 8th grade science are the 2 assessments that have not changed. We're still using paper-based assessments for those. They will still be 2 sessions delivered paper-based in the spring, and those are still going to be 80 minutes per session. So we look at the windows for when these state assessments are given. That we are currently obviously in the first progress monitoring window, and that was a definite shift for all of us to start the year off with state testing this year. But we did work with our schools over the summer to really look at how we could schedule that to best meet the needs and be as flexible as we could with each of our school settings. You'll see it's a pretty large window, about a month and a half plus that our schools have to work with, so it gives us a lot of flexibility within those first 2 windows. However, PM3 is going to be our typical 30-day calendar, so it will be much more like we've seen in the past with spring assessments. Writing assessment will be in April, as it traditionally has been, and then, of course, our end-of-course assessments, or EOCs, and our science assessment will be given, as they normally are, during the month of May. So writing is going to look a little bit different this year as well. Writing is going to be computer-based for all grades 4 through 10. It had been computer-based for our upper grades, but certainly this will be a new shift for our younger students, especially since a lot of them in elementary school may or may not have a lot of experience with typing. And so that is something that we're working on in our schools to make sure that they have that practice and access. It is now a 12-point rubric, so it's a little bit more complex of a rubric than previously, which was a 10-point rubric. And students do have to be able to cite evidence all the way down to 4th grade. And when they write these essays, they've got to be able to cite evidence from the text. And that's a very complex skill for writing that we are working on at a very young age with our students. It is text-based writing, which is good. If you were around when we did the old FCAT writes, they were really just scenarios like a time capsule. What do you want to bury in a time capsule to be remembered 50 years from now? This is text-based writing. So students are given multiple pieces of text about the same concept, and they're asked to write a paper pulling information from each of those text sets to be able to provide an argument or provide a persuasive essay, whatever it may be. For starting this year, they are decoupling the score from English language arts, and that's good because in the past when we looked at our English language arts score, it was reading and writing combined together into one score, but it was really hard to tell where the true deficiency was. Was it reading, was it writing, was it both? So starting this year, they're going to report them separately again like we used to with FCAT, so we'll now get a fast reading score and a fast writing score, and we'll be able to see really where our students' strengths lie in our schools, where our opportunities for improvement are. This year is only a field testing year because it's brand new to do computer-based testing down to 4th grade. So this will not be an assessment that counts for accountability this school year. It will only be reading counting for accountability. Field testing means that they're going to select about 50% of the students at each grade level across the state of Florida. So most likely about half of our schools will participate in that field test, so not everybody will take it in the spring. We do not know which schools yet. That will be announced in October, and then we will certainly work with those schools to make sure that they are adequately prepared. So what do these assessments look like? They have a very similar blueprint for all 3 sessions. That means all 3 progress monitoring assessments test all of the benchmarks that students are expected to know for that grade level. And so, of course, the one that they just took for the beginning of the year, they were being assessed on a lot of benchmarks that they have not yet learned. And so we expect those scores not to look great because they're being assessed on skills that they may not have been exposed to yet. But as each of these progress monitoring windows progress during the year, we expect to see those scores improve for each student as they've had the opportunity to learn and interact with those benchmarks. They are similar item types to the Florida Standards Assessment. That's good for our 7th through 10th graders because they're used to seeing those rich, hot text items that we see, drag and drops and multi-selects and things that are computer-based assessment. Our younger students, though, are being exposed to those for the first time. The nice thing is if you have not been to floridafast.org, the state does have a new website up for the FAST assessment that gives you practice tests that students, teachers, parents, anybody in the community can actually access that site and take one of those practice tests at any grade level, reading or math, to be able to see what those questions look like, get familiar with the types of questions they'll be asked, the types of passages that they'll have to read for reading, how they're asked to respond to those questions, whether it's multiple choice, whether it's a drag and drop, a multi-select, fill in the blank, whatever it may be, they'll get an opportunity to see what those look like. The nice thing about everything being computer-based this year is we get very fast results. So students take the test, the next morning we can log into the score reporting system and we can already see what their score results were for that test, which gives us much faster data to be able to take action on with these progress monitoring assessments. Right now, what we're seeing with our test results, we're getting an FSA equivalency score, meaning for every student, they get a scale score and a scale level, 1 through 5, which is equivalent to how the FSA scale scores were broken down last school year. Once the state window closes, which is September 30th for this first progress monitoring window, we'll get a state percentile rank, which means they will rank every student in 3rd grade reading for the entire state of Florida together. And so we'll get to be able to pinpoint a little bit better where our students are performing in relation to their peers across the state of Florida, which will help us really figure out, since they're being measured on benchmarks they have yet to learn, it will help us really better figure out where they stand in relation to their peer group. This gives you a quick screenshot of the family portals. So the family portal was rolled out last spring by the state of Florida for parents to be able to access electronic copies of a student score report. We send home information with all the students last spring for parents in the summer to be able to access their FSA score reports. That portal still exists, and so parents can now go on there and access the FAST assessment individual student reports. And so you'll see this is just the dashboard for a particular child. Obviously, this is fake data, but a dashboard shows you the scale score and the performance level that the student is performing at. And then they can click on the individual student report, and they can actually see, as a parent, their child's data benchmark by benchmark, where their student was successful and where they need some improvement, so they can work with the school in support of that student's growth. Okay, school accountability changes for this school year. Because this is a new assessment and learning gains are measured from spring to spring, there will be no learning gains this school year for accountability. That means our school's school grades are going to be measured off of fewer items. So an elementary school will only have 3 areas in their school grade: ELA proficiency, math proficiency, and science proficiency, and that's it. The school grades are going to be issued this coming year as an equipercentile linking. And that basically means that what the state is going to do is they're going to look at the percent of our schools across the state of Florida this past school year, 2022, that were an A, the percent of schools that were a B, a C, a D, and an F. And when they set the new scores next year, the new scale scores to determine mastery, they're going to make sure that it falls so that we end up with an equal amount of the percent of schools in A, B, C, D, and F as we had this past school year. So that doesn't mean schools get the same grade, but it means we'll have roughly the same percent of schools, and they will adjust the scale accordingly to make sure that we end up with that same amount. So it doesn't mean that our schools cannot improve their grade. They certainly can. So schools like Macintosh that we heard from, Lakewood Middle, East Marion, they would have an opportunity to improve their school grade this year. And if they do, they can move out of turnaround status by improving a school grade this school year. However, because it's baseline, there are no penalties for schools falling their school grade this year. So if a school earns a D or an F this year that was not previously, they would not then fall into turnaround status. Because it's a baseline year, they are held harmless. We don't expect school grades to come out next summer because they will be determining the scale scores with a group of teachers from across the state next summer. So the state has told us to expect school grades for this school year to be released sometime next winter, likely November, December of 2023 is when we will actually get the school grades for our current school year. And because it's a baseline year and there are no learning gains or growth, we also have no VAM or value-added model that will be released from the state. And so that impacts a number of areas that we're working through right now, including teacher evaluations, MOUs that we have in place, et cetera. And so we are working to make sure that we can adjust accordingly to not having VAM this school year. And then just as a quick visual so you can see what school grades will look like this year, the first 3 boxes, ELA, math, and science, that's all that elementary schools will be evaluated off of. Middle schools have elementary math, science, social studies, and acceleration, so they would have 5 categories instead of 9. And then our high schools would have all of those categories across the top instead of 10 categories. So makes each one of those categories weighted a lot more heavily in terms of school accountability. So I'm going to pause right there because that's a lot of information. And before I shift to district assessment changes that we made this year, I'd like to be able to answer any questions you may have about the state assessments.
Go ahead, Ms. Thurr.
Thanks. So we're moving from 10 components to 5?
Correct. For talking about high school grades, yes. And for our district grade, it would be based off of 7 components instead of 11. So again, each one of those components becomes much more valuable for the schools to be successful in.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Browning.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, would you, the web practice tests, elaborate on that a little bit. Do we, let's just suppose we have a family that maybe doesn't have a computer at home, let's just say. And do we, can we or do we bring this up in a classroom where we do have the facilities and then we take them through that drill regardless of their home situation? Do we do that? Just talk about it a little bit.
Yes, sir.
The portal login, that type of thing, how we do it and how we're sure we benefit, and so we're up to speed.
especially for our grades that are not used to computer testing, that was something that we were recommended, and I've seen as I've traveled around schools that teachers were taking their students through that. The whole computer-based process is new for elementary schools in general for testing students, so they actually have a site where the teacher can go, where they can practice assigning students to those tests, releasing those tests to students. They're new steps within the assessment process that they're not used to doing. And so there are options for them to practice that. And certainly the schools and the students have been taking advantage of that to make sure that they're familiar with what they're going to see, comfortable with it before they have to actually sit there and take the assessment.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I think that's a home run. That it really matters, especially when you're young like that, to be thrust into it. And now you're absorbing all this newness, and it's hard to go back in the other direction and display your real capabilities. It's first time in the woods. Whoa, build a campfire, do all that stuff, like, wow, that's exciting. Yeah, I really encourage you to go down that path. I love the idea of that practice tests. Oh, that's exciting. That's the feedback we need.
Sir?
Mr. Whitehouse, I think the majority of my questions will probably come after your second part where we're talking about all of the testing collectively. However, just a couple of questions and or opinion, I guess. I have concern about a writing assessment for students who don't have typing proficiency. And I understand that this is kind of a baseline year, and I'm grateful that they've separated writing from reading, so we'll be able to definitely tell the variation there. But we have fourth graders that are going to be taking writing tests without typing proficiency. What are we, I know we're trying to, I guess, help students learn typing sooner, but what are our strategies to work through that challenge?
Yes, and definitely something when we heard this was coming that we want to jump on very quickly. When I shared it with Ms. Talbot Irving, she definitely wanted to make sure we stayed out in front of that, work with our technology department to get access to an app for our students through their desktop that they could do some keyboarding practice. But principals were made aware this summer as well, so they could think about how that could fit in with some of their specials that they're doing at their schools.
I just see that being such a challenge for those teachers and those students, and I mean, it's not anything we can change. I mean, it's something that the state has put upon us, but I just see that being such a challenge with all the things that they need to teach and all the things they need to do, and how we incorporate that into just adding it as an elective isn't possibly, I'm not certain. Good luck. The other question that I had, I mean, frankly, good luck to us all, because, I mean, student achievement is what we're here for, and that is going to be a hurdle that is going to be a challenge for every third, fourth, fifth grade student across the state. So good luck to us all. The other, I guess, is more of an opinion, but I kind of wanted to ensure that I understood this thought process. So you did say that the writing itself, writing is where I'm focused, I'm sorry, but the writing itself is going to be based on text that they're reading and they're pulling. So that causes, I want to say, concern to me that I'm interested more about the text. And so perhaps we can see samples of what that might look like when that actually comes around. I'm interested because as long as it's fact-based text, certainly, and it's not someone writing an op-ed and you're having to pull out facts from someone's opinion, if it's research-based, if they're academic journals, what that writing piece is, that then that student, I understand the critical thinking that's going to take. However, it causes me significant concern to just question who's creating the text, who's choosing what text it is. That it's not what those writing assessments used to be in argue for uniforms in schools, for or against uniforms in schools. And literally the student is using their own critical thinking, what they believe to be their position one way or the other. Instead, they're going to be reading someone's article or, I guess, data on uniforms in schools. I'm using that as an illustration. And then having to pull facts from this where, how do you know it's a factual article? That's all opinion, but if you have information to ease my mind, I would appreciate it.
So I will tell you, Ms. Campbell, you can actually go on to flfast.org and you can see sample writing assessments right now. You can see what the sample writing passages that they'll be reading, and an example of a sample prompt that they would be asked to respond to using information from those accompanying texts that are there. And they have them for all grade levels so you can see the difference between them.
Okay, that will hopefully put my mind at ease, but I just, that's a whole concept that our youngest students certainly may not understand. I mean, I know that they're learning it a bit, but yeah, that's good luck to us all. Ms. Thrower.
Thank you. Yes, we'll all be praying very hard over the next 6 months. Remind me all over again, why are we doing all this?
The shift in state testing, is that the question?
Yes.
So the goal with the shift in state assessment was to give us more actionable data throughout the school year, instead of just being what I would typically refer to as autopsy data at the end of the year, which we would get back in the summer after all the teaching is done with that student, just to see.
You don't get that kid back anyway.
Correct. Right. And so the idea was to give us more data that's aligned to exactly how the state plans to assess at the end of the year, so we can track student progress and try to make some instructional decisions at several checkpoints during the year to adjust to meet that student's needs.
Okay. Okay, and so since this is all required, there's a couple things that have popped out at me now twice. And to me, they look like partially funded mandates, for lack of a better statement. The headphones that the kids are required to need. That money we have to come up with. It's coming out of Title I funds when we could be using Title I funds for many other things. The second thing is this business about keyboarding. It has me thinking about our kids with physical impairments, cerebral palsy, and things like that. How are they going to be accommodated to be able to take these required tests, and who's going to pay for that?
So I can certainly address the beginning part of that,
I'm addressing the room, not necessarily you.
So the headphones requirement has actually been in existence since we started computer-based testing. We used to have to provide headphones grades 7 through 10 for computer-based because there was a listening component of ELA with the reading assessment that our students took. So we no longer have to provide headphones at the upper levels. Now we have to provide them at the younger levels, and mostly because those students are not able to read the directions for themselves and read the questions for themselves, so they need the screen reader function to be able to tell them what they're doing, and then they can respond accordingly. But I certainly understand your point on the cost. The other thing that I will point out with Progress Monitoring 1 and 2, although the state wants us to give them, they're not connected to accountabilities, and we're not held accountable for whether 95% of our students test during the first 2 progress monitoring windows. So if a student is not able to test, it doesn't count against them or against the school or against the teacher. It's really informational data for us to be able to go off of. But we do provide accommodations for any of our students, just like we do normally for spring testing. All accommodations that we have available in spring are available to us for each of these progress monitoring windows to be able to meet our students' needs as best we can.
Okay, and while it doesn't count against them, if they don't take it, then they don't get that familiarity. Right. So in a way, it probably does ultimately count against them. And so these are just some of the embedded challenges that I believe are very important to speak into existence because they affect each and every one of us and each and every child. And so I'm not sure what we can do about that, but I think it definitely is something for us to think about as a board, to take forward in terms of how this actually translates in real time to the trenches and how that impacts our bottom line. That was my point.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes. Would you speak to the idea, most people, when they think about education, reading, writing, and arithmetic, and the writing and the definition, because are we still teaching writing like with this pen and a paper and printing or cursive? I know that kind of slipped by somewhere along the way. Somehow, where are we right now? When you say we're being tested for writing, what's taking place?
So what the state measures for writing is your ability to read and extrapolate information and put that information together into an argument or into a persuasive statement. So it's not measuring your ability to necessarily master handwriting skills. It's purely looked at what you do with information and how you can compile that information. They do certainly have to know how to, within that document, edit, make sure that they can check for spelling and grammatical errors, so that is a part of the assessment. But we do still teach handwriting in our younger grades for certain. And even though we have computer access, the majority of our students still rely on note-taking the old-fashioned way within our school system all the way up through high school.
So it is still a current fashion way, not an old-fashioned way, because I just noticed up here, I couldn't function without writing. I just couldn't function. And certainly not now on the reading. When we read, are we reading like the Declaration of Independence? Can the students read handwriting like is done, or are they ignorant in that regard? Does it have to be a typed out page?
So typically when we have students look at text artifacts, it is written in a way that they can read it in print versus in cursive handwriting, but not always, especially in our upper grades when they get into primary source documents and social studies. They can certainly look at it in its actual original state to be able to examine it.
Well, okay, so my question is, are they proficient, are they learning, or is that considered old-fashioned?
Well, I won't comment on that last part, but...
I mean, is it not relevant anymore? It's like you use the term archival or historic or ancient or something, like artifact. Are we looking at hieroglyphics and you're not expected to be able to read it, or they're proficient in it?
I think to your point, both are relevant nowadays, but certainly the way that we all communicate each other in a business setting takes place more frequently through email communication, through typed information back and forth. So that is a much more important skill than it used to be 30 years ago. But we still certainly have a need and a place for handwriting, and so our students still utilize that on a daily basis in school.
Okay, and I understand they can't read mine, can't read yours. I got that. However, if we teach it and if we're being tested on it, and if they're, what are they reading? Is it just like type in a book? And I get it. I understand your and I'm taking it that we're talking about not anything to do with handwriting, hand printing. We're talking about reading out of some sort of a printed, machine printed script. Okay, wow.
So to Mr. Browning's point, reading, writing, and arithmetic writing is not penmanship. Writing is not cursive handwriting. Occasionally a teacher may have the opportunity to teach cursive handwriting, possibly in third grade. But I can assure you our third graders who were in third grade during COVID did not get cursive handwriting because it was supposed to happen in the fourth quarter and none of them were in school. So I can assure you that, so if that's the question, Mr. Browning, cursive handwriting is frankly not something that is taught very frequently any longer. It's unfortunate because now our students are having to learn typing in third grade.
Well, we're in charge of it, so if
we are. But the challenge is the volume of information, because now these students, while certainly learning cursive handwriting would be a wonderful skill to have, they're being tested on how they're able to read text and analyze that text and write what their thoughts are on text versus how well they could form the letter Q. And so it is very different what's happening now. And I understand that we have the authority over it. However, what we're being tested on and graded on and what those teachers are being tested on and graded on is not handwriting. It's not at all. There's nothing.
That's gone away.
It has.
That's sort of what so we have a bench line. We're talking about typing now rather than writing, handwriting.
Right, rather than penmanship. Yep.
Well, penmanship is like the style of it. The writing, cursive writing, I think is a great skill. But that isn't to be debated at this point, at least for me. The question is, what are we doing? And are we actually teaching writing, or has that drifted away? And not the reasons why it maybe is being taught and why it's drifted away if it has. Because I would sure love to see Floridians through our school system be able to write their name out when they write a check or something, that they can write, that they can, what we would consider writing in civilization,
And while
be educated.
all of us would fully agree, based on what the state has just now dictated, that every one of our students, VPK through 12th grade or 10th grade, will now be tested solely on a computer, we've even taken that skill further away from our students.
Boy, and that's troubling.
It is, but that's information that you certainly can take to the legislature and your concerns. And I want to ask a quick question. I know Ms. Thrower has another question. This may not be an answer that you have right off the bat, but you mentioned FCAT a minute ago. And so we know that we went from FCAT to FSA now to FAST. My interpretation of that is every time we have a governor administration change, we change testing. I haven't been in education more than almost 2 years now. But, I am a mom, and my kids have been taking those things, but is that kind of, in the education world, is that how you all would interpret what's happened from kind of maybe every 4 to 6, 8 years or so, we have some new shift?
It's pretty close, yeah. So we shifted from FCAT to FSA in 2014-15. Which is when we shifted to the new Florida standards. That was the year after the big Common Core push went nationally. So yes, it's been 7 years now since we've had a change in assessment.
So, I just think that's helpful also for folks to understand that the rules change and that the goal line actually moves every time we have a new administration change, good, bad, or indifferent. There's no opinion there. It's just information sake that literally the goal line changes every single time that we have an administration change. Ms. Thrower.
Thank you. And we spend so much money on textbooks and resources to align with these continually changing tests. And just the way I'm wired is, constantly looking for ways to save money. And it just came to me the other night. I believe it was maybe 7th grade. My math book, when they got handed out at the beginning of the year, my sister's name was in it. Math was math. And it was like, oh, that was kind of cool. I got my sister's textbook, The multi-millions of dollars. I just hope that with this most recent textbook adoption, that they will stand the test of time. And I know you guys put a ton of time into, evidence-based resources and interventions and things that will, by God, please stand the test of time. Because that is an area where we could save so much money if we just didn't have to constantly shift this stuff. And just a couple quick observations on the cursive handwriting thing. When I was in the classroom, I felt like it was very important for kids to be able to read the Constitution and these cherished, such important documents, fundamental to our nation. Well, you can, on your computer, use cursive to print, when you print something, it doesn't just have to be in block print. You can choose font, and it can be in cursive. So there's a workaround there. But I'm concerned about it as well. But this is just a comment. My niece, who is in her early 30s, she can't remember the last time she wrote a check or had to sign a check because everything is done online banking, all of that. So this technological revolution, which has helped us in so many ways, continues to evolve and accelerate, it leaves behind some things that still need to be rectified for very important reasons. So that's just a comment.
Mr. Browning.
Yes, and I think just from a board member point of view, perception of what is educated. You know, an individual, if you're educated, you can read and write. And write, I mean, just pick up a pen and write. I think you can do it. And as far as the legislature or the governor or anyone, to this board member, I, nor anyone associated with me, from my point of view, is ever the victim of those people. They work for us. And I mean, that is embedded in me. I believe this board has huge input capability. And if we really believe something should be a certain way, I don't care who the governor is. You know, I've sat down with every governor going back quite a long way. And so it's just that simple. They work for us. We don't work for them, and we're never the victim. If we believe there should be a difference in testing, we believe that certain things should happen, then I say you get with Manny Diaz, you get with the governor, you get with the legislators, and boy, I feel strongly about that being on this board. I see us all going up there and having a big impact, and it's not about revenue, it's about education. Wow, I just wanted to make that point. I don't care who the governor is, set them down, let's figure this out, because if we do that 67 times, he'll understand what's going on, and it'll be from the bottom up, because we're the ones near the students. We're the ones doing the educating. We're the ones with the superintendent. We're the one with the teachers. That's where it's happening as far as I'm concerned. Top down, you know, just pull the money up, pull the money down, all those different things, and set some standards. But that's not where the crux of education comes out of society, I believe.
I certainly don't disagree with that statement, and I'm very happy that this board has the boldness and the courage to say everything that just got said.
That's it.
And that will continue.
All right, so shifting over to our district assessment changes this year, I want to start with our strategic plan. Is that certainly?
That's okay. Well, let me go ahead and say this, if you don't mind. There are just 2 points that you made, board, that I think are really important to reiterate very briefly. The first one is the participation point, right? That they don't count against the students, that the scores don't count until the third assessment period, which is in the spring. But I think the participation and involvement of students being fully present is really important, because not only getting the data, but also to the second point I'm going to make is, and those of us who have been through this before, what's happening because of the use of technology, we are basically assessing their ability to use technology. We are trying to get to the assessment of the content knowledge. And so because of all the things that you've mentioned, it is really important that our students participate in each assessment period, in each window, in all three, not just the last one. And it is a challenge, and I'm sure you're probably hearing about it, board members. I'm seeing it every day in schools. Our teachers are doing a phenomenal job. Our school teams are doing a phenomenal job, but it is a challenge when our students have not had the ability to become comfortable in dragging and dropping and utilizing technology in that way to demonstrate their content knowledge. So I just want to commend the teachers and the school teams out there, because this is a lot of work, and it's taking a lot of time to adapt to this new way of assessment so we can really truly see what our students know and what they've learned. So just think that's important to say publicly, how appreciative we are of the work that they're doing, because this is a big shift for all of our students and our youngest students as well. So, and it's taking time, but they're doing a phenomenal job of being committed to this work.
I think that's good. May I?
And you know what's interesting is 8 years ago when I first took office, originally there was discussion that they were going to test the students by computer. And I remember I was still a teacher, and I was like, what are we going to do to help our students? And then I think something happened, and then they decided they didn't, and then they went back to paper. But I'm like, here we are 8 years later, and it's coming back. So it is here right now. But so I heard that there's an app. You mentioned they can pull up an app to help the student. What app is that? Because I just remember then thinking, okay, and as from a teacher side, it's like, what can we do or give them to make their job easier and so that our students are proficient in that, as Dr. Gullett said, with being proficient in the technology to even get to the content. So is there anything that we can do or just to help make it level playing field and just, you know what I'm trying to say, I hope. If not.
Yes, ma'am. So the app is through the student desktop. I don't know the exact name, but we can certainly get you that information just so you know what it is. But really, the reality with typing is practice is what helps them get better, right? Especially being able to use all of your fingers for typing and not hunting and pecking with just your pointer fingers.
So going way back when I was in high school, guess what? I took a typing class. Right. And I know exactly where to put my hands, and I know how it works. And I know our students are native to but can we help them be better rather than just assuming that they know that? But you're right on about that. So I'm just kind of curious what the app is, so we're just aware of it. And does it cost or is it free, or I'm just curious about that too.
We'll get you all that information.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
May I?
Oh, sure.
Yes. I just want to comment on what the superintendent just said and what's been said here on the board. Ms. Thrower and Vice Chair Campbell, this drag and drop, these machines, let me tell you, there's an issue that I think society often doesn't catch up with those things. It isn't just the kids. Try a new, a Windows, or somebody comes up with a software program, and suddenly, wait a minute, you're supposed to use your thumbs? Wait a minute, you're supposed to do this? Wait a minute, what are you supposed to do? Like that. What is educated? And drag and drop, are you kidding me? All those different things, they all relate to a machine. Now, I want the governor, Ron DeSantis, listen to this specific board meeting, because this is important, and it's probably happening all the way around the state. Manny Diaz, listen to this, because we're talking about it, and I know you've considered it, but it goes type, drag, drop, things like that. It has nothing to do with education in terms of content, what the superintendent just said. And everybody's struggling and working and trying to make this, but this is how the information is going to pass. And now we move into a machine, and then we move into software, and software changes on a regular basis. Forget the political scenery, but it changes, and I mean it changes. So what are you used to? And how in the world, drag and drop, push and pull, do this, do that, and then out of that, glean education, knowledge, content, and progress. Wow, this is tough, and this is a key issue. I just hear it coming from the board. This is a key issue in terms of measurement. We all want to get to the top, and we want to be there, but we want to be able to be measured properly. And I've got to defend a student. That student that walks in and says, "Whoa, what's this?" It's all new. When I get a new software, I often just let it go. I won't. Maybe I'll go here. Maybe something that's a little more intuitive, whatever that applies. But the student can't do that. He's going to have to come in and do it, or she. So this is right at the heart, I think, of testing. I think it is. And I've heard from teachers saying we just don't have enough time. There are just too many things that are going on. I'd put this right in the middle of that too many things that are going on, because suddenly, use drag and drop. I know I can get with Senator Baxter and say, "Sir, drag and drop is a skill, and I get that, and all that, and the thumbs, and I get that, but that isn't what we're measuring. But that's the way we're measuring it." And so greater minds are going to have to handle this, but we've got to handle it in order to assess our kids, so then we know if we're passing or failing or moving the knowledge and true education. So wow, this is as critical as anything I've seen handled by this board. Right here, right now, what the superintendent just said. That needs to be put in writing, and everybody read it, because that's the crux of education and testing that education. Thank you.
Strategic plan.
Okay. So moving into our district assessments, we certainly want to start with our strategic plan, as that drives a lot of the work that we're doing right now as a district. And assessment plays a big role in Goal 1, especially looking at helping to strengthen our core instruction, building those systems to support data-driven instruction, and even supporting our students' readiness for post-secondary opportunities. Specifically looking at some of the key activities that we've been working on with that strategic plan, we spent a lot of time in the spring and over the summer working with teachers to review our formative assessments to make sure that we realign them to the best benchmarks. And then also we will use this data that we're generating from these new assessments to help improve teacher capacity to utilize these assessments to drive their instruction. So what is not changing this year? We do still have access to iReady in our elementary schools. We want to make sure we kept something familiar for them to be able to use a tool within their classroom. However, we have changed the number of assessments that our students take because we don't want to double test our students at the same time that state testing is going on. So for this school year, in the beginning of the year, which is typically a Diagnostic 1 or AP1, you've heard us say in the past, only our kindergartners and students who are new to us or missed our spring iReady diagnostic took the beginning of the year diagnostic. The majority of our students were here. They took the assessment in the spring. They started their instructional path in iReady this fall based off of where they ended last school year. So they just picked right up where they left off and kept moving and did not need to take another diagnostic. We will give Diagnostic 2 to all students in the middle of the year, which occurs at the end of January. That's going to give us an opportunity, again, to have another data point for where our students are performing, but also reset some of their instructional paths, which may be needed at that time of the year. And then the third diagnostic in the spring, we are only going to administer that to third graders because we can use that as a just cause for promotion for those students who score level 1 on the FAST assessment. We are also not doing the growth monitoring assessments this year, so by cutting out a lot of these iReady assessments that we're duplicating the work that we already had from the state and from our own district assessment, you'll see when you look at the next board meeting, which has the uniform state assessment calendar on there and the minutes that are assessed by each grade level, we were able to reduce the minutes that each grade was spending on assessments this year, especially at our elementary level, by cutting out a number of these assessments. So, QSMA is no more. So you won't hear me talking about QSMAs again this year. We have revised and revamped those assessments with support of our teachers over the summer and have developed district progress monitoring assessments for all of our state assessed courses. The math and the ELA district progress monitoring assessments are aligned now to BEST. Our science and social studies are still aligned to our state academic standards. Importantly, and to Dr. Gullett's point earlier, we are mirroring the state blueprint. So we've taken all of our paper-based assessments that we were giving on the QSMA, and we have now developed computer-based assessment for district progress monitoring assessments that will mirror the same types of questions they'll see. So again, additional practice for our students to be able to work with that technology and be able to get data back on those students. So they're going to get practice with the drag and drop, with the multi-select, with highlighting on a computer. They're going to get to do all that through our district assessments multiple times during the year to give them that practice. The only ones that are not going to be computer-based, of course, are our science assessments because the state is still assessing science on paper, so we are going to still assess on paper because we don't want them to forget how to bubble in answers on a sheet as well, because that will be a skill they'll need at the end of the year. The ELA and math district progress monitoring assessments are going to be given twice a year, whereas QSMAs were 3 times a year last year, so we've reduced that by 1, and they'll occur at the end of the first 9 weeks and the end of the third 9 weeks. So they're going to fall in between the state progress monitoring windows, which are beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year, and so we'll have some extra data points along the way to gather benchmark data on our students in ELA and math. For our courses that are end-of-course exams that are only given at the end of the year, we're going to continue to give those 3 times a year at the end of each 9 weeks so that we have progress monitoring data for the standards that have been taught in those courses. The other new assessment for this year are mini benchmark assessments. Last year, we had provided standards checks to teachers that they could use to assess one standard at a time. We put those out on our portal as optional assessments. So this year, we've revamped that a little bit, and we've developed mini assessments that are basically end-of-unit assessments. So these are designed to be 15-minute assessments. They're very brief. They're only 5 or 6 questions. They're aligned to our district curriculum map. So at the end of a unit of instruction, which may be a 3-week unit, they would be able to log in, take a computer-based assessment through our Performance Matters system that's 5 or 6 questions, and give us quick, immediate data back on those benchmarks that were taught during that unit, and again, give those students practice in that computer-based testing environment for those students. And the nice thing about having these extra data points along the way is we get to really see the student progression throughout the school year on each of these assessments as they begin to master benchmarks and where there are still areas of needed support. And the last piece that came out with legislation last year is that we now have to provide a web-based reporting system for all of our assessments for parents to access their child's data. So not just the state portal, which I showed you a quick example earlier, but any district assessment that we provide, we also have to provide electronic score reports through a parent portal for our parents to be able to access their child's data. And so we have been working with Performance Matters to roll out a Performance Matters parent portal where parents will be able to log in just like they do their Skyward parent portal access, and they'll be able to pull up all of their children in one place. So if they have 3 students at 3 different schools, they'll be able to see them all in one place just like they do with the Skyward parent portal, and be able to see how they performed on the state assessment, how they performed on district progress monitoring assessment, a benchmark assessment, et cetera. All those assessment results will be available once we get this going live. We're hopeful very soon we're going to be able to get this rolled out to our families through our schools. And that's it for district assessment changes. Now I'll answer any questions that you have about those.
I think the question that I have, perhaps you mentioned that you'll show us in our next meeting about the actual, I think, calendar you said, or the way it's all laid out, and perhaps that will be easier to see, because we are hearing comments about, you thought, it was going to, testing was going to be reduced because of this new FAST. It's actually increased because district has their own versus what the state has, and it seems to me, obviously, especially since there are these mini assessments at the end of every unit, teachers don't have autonomy at all to create their own tests anymore, or at least my hope is that they're not. Honestly, at this point, I know that that's difficult to say, but because there are so many tests that the district is putting on as well as what the state is putting on, if a teacher wanted to administer his or her own test, they really are testing every moment of every week. I mean, there's just a lot there.
Yes, ma'am. And so the mini benchmark assessments were made optional for our schools to participate in, although we certainly encourage it because we've taken the time to make sure that those questions are aligned to the state benchmarks and aligned to the test design blueprint that the state has given. So whereas teachers would normally give an end-of-unit assessment, that's just normal what a teacher would do, instead of them having to create their own and hope that what they're making is aligned with the standards and aligned with what the state has asked them to do, we've taken that burden for them. And so I hope they do find use and be able to replace what they were already doing with something that they know is going to be an adequate measure of those students' progress.
Okay. Mr. Browning.
Mm-hmm. Wow, just my thoughts on that. This is a very, very high altitude overview, but pop quiz, teacher, material, pop quiz, how you doing? Steer it on back. That's the whole crux of education. And then end of term, pass or fail, in it, maybe do some remedial, get it figured out, get out of the course with that full knowledge. The extra part that goes to the state, I'm with the Ms. Campbell on this. Wow. The teaching is the key. We must get this information back up. We've got to not slide down into a structure. I think that's why teachers are walking. That's what I've heard from teachers. and it's hard to walk and leave the career. But let me tell you, if they're not running it, if I'm teaching you something and then I can't do a pop quiz, get the feedback, give you some more, take you to the end of the course, you know that if you had the course through me, you're at a certain level. I think that's the essence of what we do. And if we ever let that go, satisfy the state or anybody else, I think we've really botched it, because the state is second to the people. The state is never the top in our way of living. The state, for me, is something that works for us. And boy, that's embedded. You know, communist states are the ones strong. When I was young, it was the Soviet Union, communist China, Cuba, and those things that to be avoided. So I'm not implying anything there other than the fact that we don't work for the state. State works for us. So I want to be sure that for my input, everything flows up to the state. And yes, they have their job and they think they're big, and they are big because they have to handle everything. And if we were failing, they would need to know it. And that's critically important. But it's far more important that we actually educate the student, and that's the teacher. The little pop quizzes, the end of the deal, that's the whole reason for testing. We'll do some more testing, that's fine, but it's secondary. For me, for the success of this district, ultimately to turn out educated students. Like, boy, you came out of here, it's like sort of the idea that if you went to Princeton or you went to Harvard, you came out with something. That's what my thought is. It's like coming out of the University of Central Missouri. If you come out of this district, that's the way I want it to be. Thanks.
When you're done, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Oh.
Board, I just want to, thank you. I just wanted to mention this, and you probably recall the State Superintendent Association. We were emphatic about asking repeatedly for access to the data with these new benchmark assessments and the progress monitoring. And the reason is that we want our teachers to be able to have the data, to take that data and to intervene and adjust instruction accordingly. And so when you look at get back to slide 17 with the iReady, and Mr. Whitehouse already talked about this, we were told by the State Department of Education, go ahead and we strongly recommend you utilize some other program because we were not going to be provided with the data that we wanted and needed. And I'm a big proponent of saying assessment's important, but if the teachers cannot do something with the data, then it's meaningless, right? The whole idea of progress monitoring is to take that data and to look at what's needed to help the child to mitigate those gaps in that learning. So if you don't have enough time in the instructional day to adjust instruction, then the data is truly meaningless. Because it's not a summative process. That's a summative end of course exam. But from a formative learning process, it's important to be able to use the data to inform and adjust instruction. So I just wanted to say that again. It's been some time since this has been discussed with that regard, but we were very clear to ask as an association for access to the data, so we did not have to do additional progress monitoring district by district. And that's not quite where we are yet as a state, but that is why we have adjusted our iReady so as not to overtest and allow time for the teachers to take a look at the data and adjust their instruction, but it is still something that we advocate for. We hope to be able to have access to that data, because if we have it, then we don't need to do as many within the district.
Mm-hmm. You have my support, Superintendent, for sure.
Very, very, very well said. That's something that teachers really are demanding to be heard on at this point. It has nothing to do with being a victim. It has everything to do with being an advocate. You know, we're seeing this, we're experiencing this, we're living it every day, and it's not working. And thinking about how government grows, I was listening and also wondering at the same time, How much does all this cost? How many jobs have been created, manufactured, whatever? How many departments to bring all this down on a teacher who just wants to do their job? So those are questions, those are comments. I'll leave it right there.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse. I think
Yes, thank you.
all that we have for you today, but this has been very informative. We really appreciate the presentation and look forward to hearing more as you have additional information for us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all.
Board, I would like for us to take a recess, maybe 15 minutes or so. At 11:12, we're going to go into recess.
Thank you.
Do I bang this? Sure.
Boy, well said there. That's it. That's it.
We are coming back from recess at 11:30 a.m. And I first want to say that if anyone has any public comment on any of the topics that we've had this morning, they are welcome to do so. We as a board know that no one in the audience from the public is here other than those that are representing district staff, but we also want those watching online to understand that we certainly welcome comments from the public. And if there was anyone here from the public who wanted to share, they would be able to do so at this time. Seeing none, we'll go with the Human Resources and Transportation updates. Welcome, Ms. Zadnick.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Superintendent Gollett, Attorney Powers, and Mr. Greg Davis. My name is Paige Zadnick, and we are pleased to be here today to present Human Resources and Transportation updates. Today, we will also represent Brian Green, Director of Human Resources, who is unable to join us. The first part of today's presentation falls under Human Resources. The area of our strategic plan that a large portion of Human Resources supports is under Goal 3, Talent Management, which is to ensure all students have access to highly effective and diverse teachers, administrators, and support staff. I will now ask Nora Choquette, Coordinator of Human Resources, to come to the podium.
Thank you, Ms. Zadnick. As we continue to develop our talent development efforts, we hone our focus around the belief that recruiting and retaining the right people in the right positions, providing support, and growing the capacities of all employees will help ensure that every student succeeds. We have many exciting and impactful initiatives to review today. We'll begin with our recent Human Resources Survey results. A key activity of Goal 3 of the strategic plan tasks the Human Resources Department with the essential work of conducting an annual Human Resources Survey to explore various aspects of our practice in order to positively impact the customer service provided by our team, as well as create action plans and best practices based on the results. In May, a Microsoft Forms survey was sent to all district hiring authorities. The survey consisted of 20 questions. 15 multiple choice, and 5 open response. The survey was comprised of 4 sections, including onboarding, recruitment, customer service, and functionality. A little over 200 hiring authorities received the survey, and 61 responded. The survey asked hiring authorities to rate each multiple choice question using a Likert scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree, with strongly agree being the most positive rating. 13 of the 15 multiple choice questions received a positive rating response from the majority of respondents. Using the multiple choice and open response feedback as a guide, the Human Resources team created an action plan consisting of 5 items. The survey indicated that hiring authorities would benefit from a flow chart outlining the critical steps during the onboarding process, updates to the Fast Track application to reduce application requirements, updates to the employment history form to reduce the required number of times a hiring authority must contact prior employers, and the creation of school Indeed accounts to assist with recruitment. To date, each of these action items have been accomplished. The final and most comprehensive action item was the creation and distribution of our newly created and released Human Resources Hiring Manual, which is a living document that will be continuously updated with the most up-to-date information and best practices. The Hiring Resource Manual includes resources for screening and interviewing, selecting team members, a training video for interview panel members, customer service resources and best practices, recruitment material, and other essential items, such as a link to a veteran's preference guide. This manual provides a one-stop shop for hiring authorities and will help to provide consistency in hiring practices across the district. Of course, a hiring resource manual is only beneficial if we are actively recruiting and hiring new team members. The talent development team has worked diligently to increase impactful recruitment efforts and fill vacancies. At the time of submission for this presentation on September 2nd, we had 151 classroom vacancies. That number today is 152. However, this does not account for a position that is no longer posted for which the principal is currently screening or interviewing candidates, or when the principal has decided to not fill the vacancy at this time due to low numbers or another reason. It is important to note that we do have long-term substitutes covering many of these vacancies. With this data ever in the forefront, let's look now at what we are trying to do to address this through recruitment efforts. Over the last several weeks, we have rolled out our new recruitment starter kits. The kit includes a Your Degree Equals poster with an accompanying one-pager, We're Hiring business cards, a customizable Join Our Team one-pager that allows schools to list current vacancies and upcoming events, a We're Hiring yard sign, and a customizable scrolling PowerPoint for schools to use in their school lobbies or at school events. Each of these recruitment starter kit items includes a QR code that candidates can scan to submit a Contact Us form. The form submission comes directly to me, and I respond to the inquiry with recruitment material and a personalized message to engage the candidate. Prior to the rollout of the recruitment starter kits, 9% of our QR code candidates indicated they had scanned the QR code to submit a Contact Us form after receiving information from their child's school. Since the rollout of the recruitment starter kits, nearly 60% of the Contact Us forms received are a result of the candidate's engagement with recruitment materials at their child's school. Prior to the rollout of the recruitment starter kits, 149 candidates had scanned the QR code to submit a Contact Us form. Since the rollout, we have seen a dramatic increase in Contact Us form submissions. In fact, we have seen a 275% increase. We believe the recruitment starter kits are a bridge that directly connects interested candidates with the talent development team. In addition to the recruitment starter kits, we continue to post weekly career spotlights, which are sent to partners such as the CEP and CareerSource, as well as our local NAACP. We also continue to push out monthly human resources newsletters, attend career fairs, and are excited for the recent announcement of our new paid internship opportunity for aspiring educators. But we don't believe recruitment ends once we have successfully onboarded a new team member. We believe we must continue to monitor and support new team members throughout their first year, track their success, and allow them to have an opportunity to provide feedback in order to strengthen our recruitment, onboarding, and retention efforts. In order to take a more proactive approach, we recently developed and rolled out a human resources new team member survey. This survey will be sent to new employees at the conclusion of their first month, third month, sixth month, and first year of employment. The survey asks new team members to rate their overall satisfaction with their new career, as well as provide feedback related to how we positively supported them and how we could improve support. We look forward to working with various departments as we move forward to provide a quality experience to all new team members. We believe by proactively monitoring the success of the first year for each of our new employees, we will be better equipped to support and retain team members going forward. And now I'd like to welcome back Ms. Paige Zadnick to provide updates related to the Employment Services Division.
Every employee new to Marion County Public Schools enters through the doors of the Employment Services Division. As you see here, a newly painted and updated facade and new reserved parking spaces greet our applicants and employees alike. The experience of each individual is of the utmost importance to the Employment Services Division staff team members, as here is where our journey of support begins. As you've heard this morning, recruitment efforts are having a positive impact. We also know that the resulting onboarding process through the Employment Services Division must be an effective and efficient pipeline, moving candidates from recommendation to position placement. We recognize this process is complex and at times can be challenging and difficult for our stakeholders. In turn, we must evaluate our processes to identify how to best meet the requirements for employment, while also expediting and streamlining this process. Let's first review the onboarding process consisting of 5 main steps. Once a hiring authority has conducted interviews and selected a candidate, the hiring authority recommends the candidate for hire in the Fast Track Skyward platform. That recommendation then alerts the staff of the Employment Services Division, or ESD, to review the credentials of the applicant in alignment with the position qualifications. The ESD staff members then send a welcome email to the candidate with information about how to log into and complete the new hire orientation course. Upon completion of the course, the candidate is scheduled for a new hire session, held in person at the Employment Services Division office. During this session, employment paperwork and required processes are reviewed. The candidate must then complete fingerprinting and drug screening that same day. The candidate may also choose to complete the required physical at this time. Once the ESD staff receives notification that the applicant is approved through the background review process, the ESD staff notifies the applicant and the hiring authority that the employee is approved to begin work in their new position. This onboarding timeline that you see here is an approximation of the work days it takes for candidates to move through the onboarding process from recommend to hire by the hiring authority to approval to start in the position. This data from July 1, 2021 through August of this school year represents consistent dates for processing. Wide gaps of time such as holiday breaks, spring break, and the window of time from the career fair in the spring to summer new hire sessions are not included. Weekends have also been accounted for. There are many moving parts that impact the progression of an applicant related to certification, qualification, and completion of requirements. The goal of this data is to provide an approximation of the time it takes for the applicants to move through key hinge points in the process. The first window of time, approximately 3.23 workdays, represents the average time from when the hiring authority recommends the applicant to hire to when the ESD staff sends the welcome email with the Canvas New Hire Orientation course access. During this time, the applicant is reviewed for certification or qualification, and the applicant is then coded as approved to hire and move forward in the new hire process. Sometimes this does necessitate additional communication or obtaining of documents, which can result in a delay in processing. The second window of time, approximately 7.45 workdays, represents the average time it takes for the applicant to complete the new hire orientation course and the time before the candidate is able to attend the in-person new hire session. This accounts for reaching out to the candidate to schedule an available and convenient time for the session. There are 8 new hire sessions per week, 2 per day, Monday through Thursday. The third window of time, approximately 6.01 workdays, represents the average time from completion of the new hire session, fingerprinting and drug screening on the same day, to the approval of background screening. At this point, if all required documentation has been received, the ESD staff is notifying the candidate and the hiring authority that the candidate is approved to begin work. This start date then depends on what the candidate and the hiring authority agree upon. The overall approximate number of workdays for the process, as described, is 16.69 workdays. Again, this is an approximation of time that allows for a review of the process and where there are opportunities for increased efficiency. To help our team gather feedback about the new hire experience from the candidate's perspective, we ask all candidates to complete an onboarding survey at the conclusion of their new hire session. This is a voluntary opportunity that is presented to each individual. This data represents an outreach to new hire candidates from July 1, 2022 to August 22nd, to which 13% of the respondents replied. The overall rating for the onboarding process is just over 4 stars out of 5. The onboarding survey results represent a favorable response to the customer service provided, with 91 of the respondents either strongly agreeing or agreeing that the ESD staff is responsive and welcoming. This area is a primary and ongoing focus for our team. While a majority of the respondents feel the fast-track application was easy to navigate, we recognize that some applicants find the application to be challenging. We regularly provide support to applicants through our office and in person. We will continue to review the platform features for opportunities for improvement and better communication about the application structure. We also recognize that although the careers section of the Marion County Public Schools website contains important information for interested applicants, there is a need to provide additional information in an intuitive and streamlined layout. We are currently working with the technology department to update the careers page content and design. While over 80% of the respondents either strongly agree or agree that the new hire sessions are informative and helpful, we seek to increase that percentage through streamlining the process. The survey offers an opportunity for open response, through which we are able to gain additional insight into the survey responses to ensure we are meeting the needs of candidates to prepare them for employment with Marion County Public Schools. This data serves as a baseline that we will continue to use to measure improvements in customer satisfaction as evidence of an onboarding process that meets the needs of our applicants and new hire candidates. To gain a better understanding of why applicants who have been recommended for hire and accepted the position then withdrew from the process, we reached out to the 30 applicants for whom this applied from July 1, 2022 to August 24, 2022. Potential withdrawal reasons related to the onboarding process included length of the hiring process, struggle completing the Canvas course, and unwillingness to complete the drug test, fingerprinting, or the physical. Of the 27% of respondents who completed the survey, the majority selected that they had a change in personal family circumstances, followed by received a job offer closer to home, received a better job offer, and learned additional information about the job that changed my mind. A positive result was that all respondents indicated that they had a positive experience with Marion County Public Schools and would consider future employment opportunities with our district. We will continue to administer this survey at established intervals to gather additional insight into why applicants are withdrawing from the new hire process and what we can do to reduce barriers in the process. As we review feedback from stakeholders, we continue to seek ways we can minimize the challenges applicants may be experiencing and identify ways to increase efficiency. The Canvas course is an element of the onboarding process that is largely out of the control of the Employment Services Division, as it requires new hire candidates to complete the course independently with no time restraints. We found this to be a gap of time that we can better utilize. As of this week, we have implemented an adjustment to this facet of the new hire process. We now send the new hire orientation course information and schedule the new hire session at the same time. This new process will allow the onboarding steps to progress while the candidate is also completing the course. By not waiting for the candidate to complete the new hire course before moving forward, there is the possibility and the potential to reduce the overall onboarding timeline by approximately 4 days, the approximate average time it takes for an applicant to complete the course. This could then reduce the total average number of days for the onboarding process to 12.69 days. Additionally, we are reviewing the components of the Canvas new hire course orientation to identify if any information could be completed after the candidate has been hired in order to reduce the time it takes to complete the course, which is approximately between 4.5 to 5.5 hours. And sometimes the candidate benefits most from the opportunity to receive support in person. We are exploring the possibility of a space in the Employment Services Division office for applicants to have access to a computer for questions related to the application and the onboarding process. Additionally, we are exploring other opportunities to increase the efficiency of the onboarding process. We are continually reviewing the systems utilized throughout the onboarding process to include communication, programs, locations, and the content that comprises that process. We cross-train our staff within each department to ensure we can maintain support. Our team is comprised of 17 full-time members and 4 part-time members. Not only does this team support the full onboarding process, but also the needs for all current Marion County Public Schools employees, as well as potential applicants and retirees. This is a challenging load to manage with many moving parts and stakeholders. When concerns or questions are brought to our attention, we pause to review the data, identify the root cause, examine our practices, and amend them as needed. Support of hiring authorities is integral to the onboarding process. The Hiring Best Practices Manual is a living document that provides a one-stop location for onboarding processes and documents. The Learning Line and in-person opportunities will continue to be utilized to support hiring authorities. We are currently conducting a review of the onboarding process in other districts, both local and throughout the state of Florida, to identify areas of opportunity for our district procedures. Stakeholder feedback comes to us in numerous ways. This includes real-time support of stakeholders as they interact with our office, as well as more formal outreaches. This real-time feedback allows us to address concerns as they are presented and to adjust practice when needed. We will continue to gather stakeholder feedback throughout the onboarding survey, application withdrawal survey, new team member survey, and the human resources survey. Review of this information will help us to identify actionable items. It is the focus of the Employment Services Division staff members to provide a thorough and streamlined onboarding process to facilitate the placement of our newest team members in supportive schools and departments, all with the singular focus of supporting students and their success every day. Ms. Becky Rohr, Director of Transportation, will now provide the next update.
Can we pause there? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Like human resources and transportation, two very
good.
areas.
Yes.
So if we can take care. Board, do you have questions? I know I do, but go ahead, Ms. King.
Yes, you mentioned Canvas.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I keep hearing that. So you mentioned that now you're gonna allow our employees to begin Canvas before they've been hired. Is that what you said? Or?
They already do. So there are onboarding courses that each one of our new hires completes. And that includes basic information that helps them prepare to be an employee in Marion County. And so we have been sending that course to them, waiting for them to complete it, and then scheduling them for a new hire session. We're just amending our practice to do that at the same time, so that while they're being scheduled to come in, they have the course access the entire time. We will not be able to clear them until that's completed, but because we're overlapping that time, we should capitalize on a reduction in time.
So is the Canvas them completing all those courses? Because you said it's like an average of 4 days.
No, 4.5 to 5.5 hours.
4.5 to 5.5 hours.
But when we look at that data, I understand what you're saying, Ms. King. When you look at that data, and we pull that for each applicant, it's taking them a number of days because they're doing it in pieces, and they're doing it at their leisure. Of course, they may have other things that they're required to do, and so it takes them longer to complete that. But the reality of the actual course is about 4.5 to 5.5 hours.
So if they're not completing that course in time, then they can't begin. Am I understanding that right?
In the past, we have waited until they completed it before we schedule them to move forward.
Okay, but now they can move forward if they aren't completed. Like, do we have a deadline? Like, okay, we'll give them 30 days or...
The deadline will actually be before we clear them. So they'll still need to complete that content of the course, but because they have the time that it takes to schedule and come in for a new hire session, wait for the fingerprinting and drug screening results to come back, we're informing them at the new hire session that you probably have about 5 days to complete this.
Because what I'm hearing is that it's really complicated. I have not heard 4 hours. I've heard a lot more. Like it could be 12 or more, maybe 30 hours. And so... is it statute that they were to complete Canvas and all these, and that before they actually are hired, or is that our policy that's hindering it at this point? Because I keep hearing that's an issue.
Yes. Two parts to that response, Ms. King. The first being that the platform is challenging, and if you're not comfortable with technology, we field a lot of calls to help people and walk them through how to navigate the course. There's a questionnaire at the end of the course that is automatically sent to our team, and sometimes there's a sticky little point in there, the way it looks on the layout, that our applicants are missing that. And so we're providing support, but sometimes because we don't know where they are and we're checking back, that is adding to some of that time, and certainly some frustration on the applicant side because they think they've completed, but we haven't been notified yet that they've completed. To your second question, it's a procedure in Marion County Public Schools, and our outreach to other districts, some require coursework up front, some do not. Some, just it varies on what those districts are doing.
And the reason why I ask that is because we are finding that it could very well be an issue. And rather than confining them to this little piece, maybe if we could just give them a little bit more grace to get them in the schools and classroom and say, hey, if it's not done within 30 days, then we'll come back and not. But I just, when we have someone sitting there that could probably go do, their work, and they're not because of Canvas or needing the trainings or, whatever, I just wonder if that's something that could maybe be looked at, with...
Sure. And that would be other departments beyond ours because of the training that's included in the onboarding course. So that, that's something that we could look at for sure. It wouldn't be an independent decision we would make because there are departments that are invested in ensuring that anyone who comes onto our campuses, they've had this prerequisite training and awareness. And some of it, for example, for teachers is teaching them how to take attendance and how to enter a discipline referral and very practical things for them.
Right. But it's not always just teachers. I mean, it's all...
It is. You're correct.
So, and that's where, everybody's just at probably a different place. You mentioned that we're considering a space for them. Are we considering it? Or are we really going to do it? It could mean anything sitting up here.
Yes, ma'am. We have a space identified in Employment Services. I know you visited and you know that we are a tight-knit family in there. We're packed in there. But we do have a space right up front where we're able to do that. It's a very small space. We do have, thanks to Mr. Beers and his team, we've secured 5 computer stations that we can put in there. We currently have 1 computer station in the lobby area. Again, a very small space, but we're consistently helping applicants who come in to navigate the application and answer any questions. So the idea of that space would then be that we're able to, if somebody is talking with our team on the phone, really it's hard to direct somebody on the phone to a place, depending on what platform they're using, and to just offer them the opportunity to come in and let's sit down and do it together.
That's good. Okay, so maybe, is that what you meant when you guys give support for the applicants? Is that
We do. Consistently, all members of our team, with the identified group that they're supporting, they're calling and asking for support. They also call our front desk and ask for support as well in navigating the pieces of it. For example, the application in Fast Track, there's a final button after you finish everything that says submit to HR, and it doesn't show up on a tablet or a phone. And so we're consistently navigating those types of barriers because it's difficult to support over the phone. But if they can come in, oftentimes we can do it much quicker and much more easily.
So, say sometimes we might have an employee that may not be comfortable calling you. Are we doing any type of follow-up with our employees? And I'm not talking about teachers, I'm talking about all our employees who may very well be great, workers, but may have difficulties with this. Are we following up with them and being like, hey, how's it going? Is there anything we can help you with? Because I've been hearing that too. Like sometimes there's some difficulties or, disparities and stuff that they're struggling with, and they may not even want to tell you, like, hey, it's difficult, and they may not be teaching reading or teaching anything at all. And, so are we have any type of follow-up with that? Or
I'll let Ms. Chickett speak to that as well, though I just want to share that when we do our onboarding sessions, they're typically smaller groups. We do them twice a day, and the level of support that we're able to offer with our teams at that point is individualized in hopes of being able to establish a rapport with our applicants and to let them know that we're always there to support them. And so if we see that an applicant, they have the new hire course and our prior practice, we haven't seen any activity, our departments are continually checking that and reaching out to say, hey, how are you doing? Where are you in the process? I noticed that you did all the modules, but we don't have this survey. So they are doing that to reach out and support, and maybe that person who wouldn't call us will be able to help because we're reaching out to them.
Thank you.
Yes, so a few months ago, we also recognized the need for us to follow up with new team members, and that kind of goes to that we don't believe that recruitment ends when someone steps foot in their building. We believe that it really lasts through that first year. That's us supporting them through their first year of employment and finding out how we are supporting them well and how we need to support them better. And so that's part of that new team member survey, which we rolled out for the first time now this month, that captured everybody now in Marion County who has completed their first month of employment with Marion County. And we're looking to identify trends. Where have people found good support, and where do people need additional support? And the survey allows them to identify what department they're with, because that way we can drill down to department needs. It allows them to identify whether they're elementary or secondary or a mixture of both. It allows them to identify what department they're with, if they're department related. And the open-ended responses have been very informative for us as far as being able to identify trends. Now, this is the first survey, so we're going to need a few more to really dig into trends. But as we identify trends, we'll begin working with departments such as professional leadership and learning to develop ways to better support employees as they're onboarded in the process. And the survey, because some people, as you mentioned, are hesitant to reach out for help, it does not require them to identify themselves. It does allow them to, should they want to, and that way, if they desire to, we can reach out to them for more information, but it does give them that ability to remain anonymous so that they can provide us true feedback without feeling like anybody will hold it against them.
So I know Ms. Thoreau has questions, but while we're talking all about Canvas and all, those were spot on where I was. First of all, I'm grateful that the team has identified that 17 days is way too long. I think we all can attest that is too long. I was taking notes all along the way and had to get to the end to make sure that what I was understanding was the process. It seems as if you're actually giving a new employee orientation before they're actually a new employee, based on assigning them the Canvas course ahead of them actually becoming an employee. And perhaps I've participated and created and presented in too many new employee orientations for too many different businesses. I'm curious to know why that step is coming before actually them becoming an employee. And my second question is, when was the decision chosen that new employee orientation would occur electronically? that it doesn't actually occur face-to-face.
We do have a face-to-face portion, but it is not to the extent of what's in the course. So the course has, for example, it has benefits information, technology, cybersecurity awareness, FERPA, HIPAA, ethics, child abuse and neglect, school board policies, school safety, bloodborne pathogens. So all of those pieces are beyond what we would present in person. Our onboarding sessions where we do meet with them in person is to really review the specifics of the paperwork and the steps that we need for them to onboard. This was a process that has been in place for quite some time prior to my taking the position in the department, and I would have to inquire as to find out when that was initiated and the thought process behind that.
Sure. So anecdotally, if you'll indulge me for just a moment, again, I've created a couple of these. I've definitely participated in them, and as a new employee of the hospital, I'll say, there's incredible value in actually bringing new employees together that work in various departments. And I understand you would be then assigning 15-minute presentation to someone to come talk about bloodborne pathogens and 15 minutes to come talk about, and there could be different people assigned to that. And once you become one of those presenters, then if you know said person who's coming to talk about transportation isn't going to make it, you actually already know their presentation and you can share it. But there's incredible value. First of all, we're not a solely electronic organization. And so this is an opinion, but the first interaction they're having with our district is kind of electronic. I mean, they're applying online, then they're being assigned online to do our orientation. The value that I had in actually the camaraderie from the 100 people that were in the room whenever I did new employee orientation at the hospital, I know there were people in the room. I was in administration, a gentleman who was in environmental services. Every time I'd pass him in the hallway, we knew each other because we started at the same time. And there's value in that. You have ownership in the camaraderie that you, and I'm concerned, I guess, about the fact that folks aren't getting to know each other. And that's perhaps a significant part of the disconnect that our departments have. But if I was a new teacher, for example, and actually was onboarding with a bus driver and onboarding with someone in cafeteria services and onboarding with someone in tech services, then I would start understanding a bit more about what all happens collectively. And again, there's also value to me as someone who not only participated but also taught in those sessions in seeing real people, not a person on a screen, or seeing a PowerPoint that I'm having to answer questions on, where if perhaps your presentation's only 5 minutes on bloodborne pathogens, whatever that might be, giving people the opportunity to actually share and give a little bit of feedback, I would see incredible value. This is just one board member, and certainly this is an operations thing that we're not totally supposed to delve into, but just from my experience, I would totally see value in us going with a face-to-face new employee orientation, maybe if it happens weekly, if it happens bi-weekly, however often it needs to occur, to create something like that to just further that touch point with our folks in the district. I'm certain Superintendent Gullett would, be able to hop in for like 5 minutes just to say hi, welcoming, or if she's not, someone from the cabinet could, just to welcome folks, and that helps with that disconnect that we've been seeing, I believe, and I'm grateful also that you all have cross-trained everyone. You do have a nice size staff for Human Resources and Employment Division, and I'm also grateful that you are considering that qualitative data and the open-ended responses on your surveys, because I think oftentimes we can put numbers to things that don't give us the full picture. And so it looks like you're definitely headed in the right direction. I just wanted to offer my opinion and feedback on just what I've seen in the past and how it's been very effective where I've been before.
Thank you.
Ms. Thrower, I think you had.
Oh, thank you. Yes, this is definitely a passion of our vice chair, and we all kind of have our passions, and so I don't have as many questions. But the one question I do have is, what grapefruits are still in the garden hose that from where we are in all of this, can we help you with? And you don't have to answer that right off the top of your head, but get it to somebody to get it to us, or just get it to us.
I can share the moment. I mean, we do have 17 staff members, and that is a good number of employees. However, when you look at that for the employees that we support in each of our departments, so We have a certification department, we have a records department, instructional, non-instructional, and then we have 2 other people that independently support all of our administrative, district specialized personnel, charters, contracted employees. They're any kind of employee that passes through Marion County Public Schools or works with us, we're processing and supporting them in that process. And so, for example, we have over 100 classifications in the non-instructional area, and we have 3 members that support that area. We have a personnel specialist, we have a clerk specialist, and we have a clerk typist who is a part-time student worker, does a fabulous job. However, we have 3 people there to support everything having to do with non-instructional, because today we're talking about onboarding, and of course that's the key gateway to getting everybody into our schools and our departments, but it's also transfers, it's questions from hiring authorities and supporting all the facets of movement of our personnel. And so it is a lot of employees. We're the largest employer, and so we find that that's challenging for our team members to ensure that we're able to provide that real-time customer support, that we're picking up the phone and answering it every time it rings to the best of our ability, and we're researching and looking at whatever the question, whatever we need to do to provide an answer in that moment as much as we can. So that is always a priority whenever we're sitting at, any one of us sitting at our desks. However, we're also processing, we're conducting new hire sessions and supporting the functions of the school. So it is a challenging process, and our team does a phenomenal job of meeting those demands, but it is a challenge.
Thank you, and I understand, because until we're at full employment, your department is going to be super, super busy. And so I would be very open to, especially on the customer service side, I guess there is no especially, it's all super important. But when an interested employee is calling, or a concerned employee is calling because they're stuck on something that they're trying to do to get working for us, they've got to be able to reach somebody and reach somebody that has that information. So just speaking as a board member with the times that we're in, that's only going to accelerate us to retention and stability, is giving you the support that you need. So that's my comment there. My second question is something for us to think about, perhaps. And I know I've said this as far as the scheduling of when our meetings are. I'm just really aware that not everybody works a traditional 9-to-5 job. And so I don't know about the opportunities, perhaps, like at Howard Academy, for example. If there's someone there in the evening doing other programs, if there was a kiosk there where people could come in that say they were applying to be a custodian, they're going to be working nights anyway. So, or at the Silver Springs Community Center. I'm just throwing some things out there, because we're the size of Rhode Island. The logistics of getting the information and help and support that you need between 8 and 5 is not always that easy for some people in our population that we definitely need to have on board.
On the lines of what Ms. Choquette was sharing, and all of the support that I guess I should say response that we're seeing now from the advertising materials being out at our schools, we're consistently fielding phone calls from the schools because they're trying to help applicants and they have questions for us, and they're handing the phone to the applicant. And so it really is a team effort, and we really are seeing that difference and getting the communication out there. And then we want to be responsive on the other side.
You bet. Well, it's you guys are really in a growth phase because of just where we are in our employment needs. So my hat is off to you. That's really all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have something, Mr. Browning?
Yes. Okay, so what I hear from the board, and I'm 100% on board with their concerns, the background of their concerns. And I interface quite often with the superintendent, and the superintendent is, from my perspective, she's the head of a marketing organization when it comes to building staff. It is, there are many examples of this, but you have to recruit. You have to go out and get the job done, and I don't care if it's the Marine Corps, I don't care if it's Monsanto, 3M Company, Fidelity, Charles Schwab, whatever. If you're going for a client, if you're going to meet your marketing goal, You cannot rely on an artificial intelligence, a machine, email, anything like that. You can use those tools along the way, but in today's world, your competition is going to have an actual recruitment sponsor. And I've seen this anecdotally, where people have actually given up a payment, a reduction of loan amounts if they came back to their county to teach. And they've just been over-recruited somewhere else. So what I'm saying here is what I'd like to see done is a real focus on every single potential customer gets a sponsor, somebody that knows who they are, what they want, what their priorities are, what their background, what their issues are, and that can change almost like a sliding scale. When you get to a teacher, and you get at that point, these people need a sponsor because they're going to get a sponsor, a recruitment sponsor who, when they dial in, they're going to know them, they're going to know their background, they're going to know all these things. We work too hard, I think, and you all are working really hard, but it's almost hands off. And I'm talking about making that jump across like you're a sales organization. When you call in, when that person calls in, they get an individual that knows them. And I don't care exactly how we do it. I can give some help, but it's kind of like if I'm linking with the superintendent and I'm coming here, she knows exactly what's up. So I would say that's the model. She will know exactly if she's recruiting someone for an important spot. She knows the background. She knows why she chose them. She knows why she got excited about them. She knows why they meet the criteria, and you finally slowly get to that point. And then you have a sponsor, and all the things you're talking about, that is the key. You take them on through, just like joining a fraternity. Somebody's your sponsor. Just no matter what you go into in life, somebody's your sponsor. And if jumping hurdles, you got somebody holding your hand as you jump those first ones, get you to the race on time, for example. So that's what I'm hearing here, and we've got to do that. Otherwise, we're going to fall back on our teachers. And if you ever fall back on teachers, you fall back on education. Now it just goes right down the line. So however the superintendent would take the call, that's the way I'd like to see it go, right straight down through the whole operation. And we can structure that. If it isn't in existence right now, we can structure that. So you have, let's just say 20 file folders. Those are the ones you're primary. Then you've got 40 that you're secondary on if the other person's not there. But you've got a recruitment sponsorship relationship with that person. That's how you make the sale. And then you close the sale, then you come into these steps that you're talking about. You know, they're intermingled, but you've got to close that sale. Otherwise, they're going to matriculate somewhere else. They're going to enroll. They're going to be somebody else's employee, somebody else's teacher, and we're going to miss out. So I think that's exactly what Vice Chair Campbell was referring to. You got to win that fight every time. Got to make the sale, got to close the sale. Bang. Case closed, and it must be human. It cannot be AI. You know how you feel when you call in somewhere and you only get a machine talking to you? That's, they lose the sale for most people. So that's the point right there. That's the crux of it.
Well, I think the human-to-human contact is certainly occurring with the phone calls. I mean, certainly if they're making phone calls between 8 and 5, there's someone there answering the phone. The question for me is whenever it is solely electronic for our onboarding process, for our orientation process, I should say, that I think, this is an opinion certainly, but it's a missed opportunity to really build connection and relationship. And through face-to-face communication, I value it probably more than most, and the spoken word communication as opposed to what we're reading on a screen. I mean, we just had all morning talking about how challenging that is for our youngest learners, that they're just reading on a screen now what they need to know. I think that there's value in human connection and human resources to ensure that we are doing more in that onboarding that is face-to-face, and not just with HR staff, not just with employment services staff, but actually seeing the faces of others that are important to this district and helping them know the value in the various departments and the roles within the district. I think we'd have a lot more employee buy-in, frankly. They would understand so much more about what this district is about if they were able to actually have that a part of the onboarding process. Again, all opinion, but it's based somewhat in fact. Dr. Cullett.
Thank you. Great suggestions and feedback on this. Just a couple notes. I couldn't agree more. Nothing replaces the face-to-face interaction. There's a local company who has a position called, and they have a person, Director of First Impressions. I thought, wow, that's pretty powerful, because that's what it's about, right? Making connections with the people, building relationships, knowing who to call for what. We've met before. I know who you are. I've participated. I've shown up and popped in on the onboarding session just to sit as a participant, because a lot of those folks didn't know who I was, and then introduce myself. So I wanted to see it from their perspective. And so this team does a great job. They're very, very committed and very eager to continue to think outside the box, which thank you all again for thinking innovatively. It is a new time when we're competing, and we have to think from that business standpoint of we're competing with a lot of other companies, other districts, everyone. And we want to make sure that we are making connections with all that we have to offer here in Marion County. We want them, and we want them to stay. And so I want to say that there is something else I did want to mention. I wasn't going to say this publicly, but I'm going to say this. What I'm bringing forward to the board for your consideration of the appointment of our Executive Director for Human Resources, the candidate is actually in the audience. She is going to be coming before the board shortly, so just wanted you to know that the candidate is here and she is listening. So should you choose to approve my recommendation, she, I know, is taking notes and comes with a lot of experience, and so I'm sure she's eager to try to put some of these things in place. So thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you, everyone. Now for Ms. Aurora.
Thank you.
I have one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're talking about face-to-face. Interviewing. Can we interview over the phone, never see these, prospects that we may have, and hire them without ever laying our eyes on them? Or
One of the great things with technology is we have Zoom and Teams, so we are so often really taking advantage of that so that we can have that more personal interaction with the applicant, allow them to, face-to-face interact with us, even if it's from many states far away, whatever that may be for that applicant. There may be phone interviews that are conducted. Certainly that may be a restraint or constraint that's there for an applicant, but we do see mostly that it is Zoom or Teams, and that offers such a great opportunity to interact with applicants.
Yeah, because as Ms. Campbell was just saying, lots of times when you're with somebody face to face and you can see them, I think that's really important rather than just a phone. Because when you're on the phone, you may not have all the information that we may need. I don't know if that's something we should consider or you guys should consider, but I'm just asking because obviously it's some things I may have heard. I did not pull this out of the air and say, hey, by the way.
Sure.
So I'm just laying that.
We love, in our department, we've done a number of Zoom interviews, and we just love them because they're an opportunity to truly interact with an applicant, but still be respectful of what might be preventing them from meeting with us face to face, and allow them the opportunity to maybe be an employee in our district. But we'll certainly consider that, Ms. King.
I would definitely take that into consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And my last thing was just thinking about this, not having the face-to-face as much, because I remember my new hire time, and that was a while ago, but I still remember Jim Noel, and he kind of looked like Mr. Rogers, he looked like this at all of us and said some things that were pretty profound, actually, that I never forgot. But point being that I wonder if some of this distance has been a result of what the pandemic constraints were the last few years, just trying to minimize group contact. And if that's the case, what a great opportunity to move forward away from that. That's just conjecture, but I think that we're going to find other remnants of pandemic practice that, while we were doing all we could at that time for that situation, definitely don't meet the same criteria now. So isn't that a relief? Yep, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Dr. Gullett, Attorney Powers, and Mr. Davis. So I bring to you from transportation updates as we look at the strategic plan Achieve 2026 and looking at goal number 4. In support of student success, transportation staff will continue to identify, correct, and strengthen areas of concern to ensure that bus transportation for all students is reliable, safe, efficient, and on time to the campuses. The first chart that I'd like you to take a look at is concerning our morning on-time arrival to school. This chart shows that we are currently at 83.1%, and that's represented by the blue line. Those are on-time arrivals. Transportation number 1 goal is to achieve 100% on-time arrival to school. And the graph shows the trend that has been going up and down with the dates that we pulled. And the orange line represents buses that arrive at the time the bell sounds or within 10 minutes after the bell. We are utilizing GPS data to problem solve and to reroute as necessary to achieve our goal of 100% arrival time to school campuses. Before you is a list of top reasons for some of the delays that we found through our review of the data. As you view the list of critical factors that delay on-time arrival to school, I'd like to provide additional information on the delays. So on average, we have 10 to 15 drivers that are absent daily, and those absences consist of scheduled, unscheduled, and FMLA. Some of these absences are what contributes to the vacant routes that we then have to cover and ensure that students make it to school and make it there on time. Student management may also cause delays when the driver is required to pull over to address disruption and unsafe behaviors on the bus. Road construction, mechanical issues, those are a few other causes of delays. Now I've pointed out our top delays that we're problem solving through, and of course the main focus is on the vacant routes, the true vacancies that we still have. We're going to move into how we're addressing it and some of the solutions we're working through. Now, as we look at it, and we are still focusing on 100% on-time arrival to school, daily GPS reports are pulled by our coordinators, managers, and other managerial staff, and we look at it step by step. We're monitoring what time did that driver start the engine, what time did they leave the parking garage, what time did they arrive to that first stop. If all of that is not in line, then everything else throughout that route falls behind time. So those are easy fixed. Ensuring that the driver make it to work on time, start that engine. Ensuring that they have enough time between the compound and making it to the first stop. And then following through the route. So we look at those. We have eliminated a lot of the problems by doing that. And other things that we do to assist with that is we may need to reroute. Drivers may identify problems along the route that are causing the delay, travel routes, and those are done by rerouting. Our routers take a look at it. Sometimes we have to go out and physically lay eyes on some of the roadways and try to remove any barriers that are in the way of us arriving on time. And when we look at filling those vacant routes in transportation, we have been helping and supporting our candidates in expediting their onboarding process. Some of the things that we continue to do is call them. Every day we're calling them. We're asking, how are you? We still love to see you come aboard and join our team. How can I be of support to you? We invite them to come to our facility at the Main Northwest Transportation, where we have a bank of computers that they can get on and finish that application process, finish their Canvas courses, and then I have staff members there that can assist them through those things. And then route sharing occurs when bus drivers are absent. So under route sharing, that's where we have vacant seats, and we may have to double up, split up runs to get those children to school. To help ensure time delivery, we have arranged for early drop-off at some of our schools that have the supervision available to receive the students, and which will allow us to go back out to cover additional runs during day-to-day operation. On the next slide, we'll take a look at what the vacancies were as of September the 7th. So as you can see, the units that were allotted for the bus aids have all been filled. But I've just recently received 11 additional units for bus aids. Those units are needed because we are still meeting and staying in compliance with providing bus aids by the student's IEP. So I've been granted those, and we're already in the works of filling them, and they will fill very fast because we have a bank of people waiting to join MCPS Transportation Department. Bus drivers, I'm allotted 255. We currently have 238 bus routes, and we have filled 239 units. I have 3 additional that should be joining us soon, so we are still working to fill and meet to be fully staffed by units that are allocated. But if you notice, I have enough bodies to cover every route that we have in transportation where we are moving children to and from. What is causing some of the delays still is absenteeism and FMLA, which are long and short-term absences. We also are utilizing office staff that are certified to transport our children, and they are on buses where needed to assist in those areas. So the bus driver onboarding is what it looked like as of September the 7th. Those numbers have gone down in the area of candidates and as they move through, but that's just a quick view of the pool of candidates that we have, which you can see there's a lot, and they are still applying. So as those that we've employed have changed their minds and seek employments into our schools, which is a good thing because they're still a part of MCPS team, then I still have a bank of candidates to pull from and continue the hiring process. And we do it year round. We do not slow down. We do not stop. We are hiring, training, and onboarding year round. Just an update on Here Comes the Bus. It's a GPS-enabled bus. GPS-enabled buses allow parents to track their child's bus using the app Here Comes the Bus. Currently, 57% of our families are utilizing Here Come the Bus app, compared to 25% at the close of last school year. Some factors that impact families tracking their students are when there are newly enrolled students that have not completely been enrolled and have a record. The parents can't yet see them until that's completed. Sometimes we have coding issues, so when a child comes to school and they say, I would like to be a bus rider, if they're not properly coded, it'll come to us the next day in our error report, so we need to clean that up. And then the other thing that may affect parents being able to see them on the app is when the bus substitution occurs. And bus substitution is if we have a mechanical problem with one and the driver needs to switch to another bus, that bus needs to be substituted out by a management staff. and it must occur 6 p.m. the day prior. So if we miss that substitution window, then like today, if we missed it last night, today they wouldn't be able to see their child and track the bus. But we do push out Sky Alert message to inform the parents that they may not be able to track the student information using the Here Come the Bus app due to a substitution issue. Student ridership is one of the new programs that we are implementing. They're installing currently, and we'll open up the pilot of some of our schools beginning April the 3rd. Student ridership is a new pilot program that tracks the student when they board the bus and when they exit the bus. The application provides school administrators and parents the comfort of knowing their child made it safely on and off the bus, and it will also show us exactly where that child exited the bus, and that is critical to keeping track of our children quickly. When we look at customer service, we are committed to improving it daily. And we also understand that customers are not only out in the community and our parents in our school, but it is also our internal staffs and their families. So we have done multiple things in this area to try to increase and improve our customer service. We still are hiring through the temp services to ensure that we have staff to man the phones, because that is very important, that when calls come in, we have a live body there to pick up the calls, pick up the phones, and be able to provide the answers or transfer them to the correct person. We also have our lead driver program, which is off to a great start. They're not only supporting the new incoming and providing support in helping them along the daily tasks that they have to do, but they also have table talks in their different portables and zones, and all of the existing drivers and all are enjoying those table talks. They're invited for everyone. The invitation is for everyone, not just the new employees. We've also answered and continue to answer concerns that come to us from the contact emails. And we have routers that are beginning next week to go back out into the zone. So we did this last year, and it was very successful. Our drivers and aides really appreciated the routers. We have 4 routers, and we moved them out, and they had scheduled time 2 to 3 days out of the week to go into the zone so the drivers can talk with them face to face. They have a workstation in every zone, so they can sit there and address concerns of their routes and work with them right there face to face within the zones. So that will begin next week, and they are picking 2 days out of next week and the following week, and then we will evaluate and see where the needs are to get them into the zones, because we're widespread and all of the drivers can't come to one location. That's been successful, and we will continue that. And also we have safety meetings that are occurring this week in all zones, and we will continue those. Those occur monthly. And that brings me to the close of my presentation for transportation.
Board, any questions? Ms. Thurr has her bus pin on.
Yes, I do. Stand in solidarity with our bus. Thank you, Ms. Barra, and it's been a personal pleasure to see the transportation improvements and just getting it's so foundational to our mission of being able to educate our kids. More than half our kids, I think, ride the bus, close to half. So yes, it just means so much to have them be on time and safe. I do have a couple questions. Really glad to hear about the extra 11 units for bus aids. And also, just in general, is there a plan to have a pool at some point of bus drivers that have already been through the hiring process, are good to go, they could be called at any moment to pick up routes if needed. I'm thinking about what we're doing in the classroom, offering job share to teachers and that type of thing. If we have a retired bus driver, it's like, no, I don't want to do this all day, every day anymore, but, I'd be glad to be in the pool and work here and there.
Yes, so if we hire up to the 155 units that I'm allotted, that's going to give me a really pretty pool of people, because currently we have 238 routes. And this puts us back to where we were prior to 2011. We used to have a pool of drivers in every area, and those drivers come to work every day, so we're not having to call them and then they have to make it here. And what they're doing when they're here, they're riding various routes, learning the routes. They're provided a binder so they can put the directions and build their own set of directions. So in the absence of a driver, they can flip back. Yes, we provide the new instructions in the vias that will tell them point to point along the route, but they build their own notes concerning that. And then that also provide that extra support on the bus when we have riders. So that's our goal, is to fill all 255 units, which will give me a surplus of drivers.
Excellent. That will be a day to celebrate, won't it?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have enough buses? Because when I first got on the board, remember, interest rates were really low and we were able to get a really good deal on buying buses over time. Are we getting enough buses to cover our needs, even with supply chain and all the crazy stuff that's gone on in the last couple of years?
Yes, ma'am. And yes, we do have enough buses. So buses are assigned to routes. So if I have 238 routes, those 238 buses are already assigned to the routes, even if I don't have a body to put there. When the drivers are hired, their bus is sitting waiting for them. If I have management team out driving those routes, they're utilizing the buses that are tagged to the bus routes. And so when the new person is hired on, they now take that seat. So all 238 routes have a bus already assigned to them. And then we have a bank of spare buses. We have 13 that are the smaller passenger buses, and we are working to identify routes that can go in them so we can pull our 77 passenger buses to utilize otherwhere. So the pool of 13 we're now looking to see what route load is low enough to take those buses so that we can push the larger ones out. And then we have an additional 17 buses that are spare buses. We also have buses that are utilized by our charter schools and New Leaf and CERMI. So we do have a bank of buses.
Okay, great. And I'm assuming it's a lot better now, just because we have more drivers and therefore more better coverage of our routes. At the beginning of the year, for the longest time, kids have been quite a few to a seat and really crammed in there. How is that going?
So now that we're onboarded more drivers, we have minimized some of the loads on many of our buses. Some of the new routes took place yesterday. A lot of the Bellevue, Lake Weir, and Westport area saw relief in the seating that started yesterday, and a few started today. We did some last week, but a large group started on yesterday. So yes, as we are able to get the bodies in, then we're able to break down some of those loads to get them more comfortable. Currently, all children are seated on a bus. They're just not as comfortable as we'd like them to be. So that's what we're working on.
Okay, great. And seated on a seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that is wonderful. As far as the state statute goes, and I believe it's 1006.09, and I'll preface this by saying that I am getting greatly reduced outreach from the community regarding frustrations with transportation. It's a tribute to the hard work that's been ongoing. However, there's definitely still discipline issues. It's my opinion that you get what you settle for, and you got to make it clear that, at least in the state of Florida, riding a bus is a privilege. Education is a right, but riding a bus is a privilege. And I don't know that I could be any more emphatic in my support for our bus drivers, that kids are capable to the greatest extent of riding a bus properly and behaving at a bus stop, which, by the way, is the parents' responsibility, right? To keep the kids safe and contained at a bus stop, not the bus drivers.
Correct.
So as far as I'm concerned, bus riding begins as the kid is going to be getting onto the bus. And if they're already misbehaving, then to me that's a red flag. But without going further down that road, my point is that in terms of safety and in terms of support of the transportation department, I hope that my colleagues on this school board will join me in how much we support kids that just aren't complying lose that opportunity. And I know it's a double-edged sword, because a lot of our kids, if they don't ride the bus, they don't come to school. They don't get brought to school. So then they miss that day of instruction. And then the teacher doesn't get to teach them. And then the teacher's held accountable for that child's progress. I understand that. However, at some point, that circle has just got to be broken. And the kids and the families have got to understand that this is a true partnership. And
Correct, I agree. You know, safety first. We want everybody to be safe, but we all have a level of responsibility as it relates to that safety. And that's all we ask, is that parents, student, guardians, driver, everybody involved to do their part in maintaining safety and being responsible and understanding that there are consequences to your actions.
That's right, and I know the last thing a bus driver wants to do, and sometimes it's difficult to get access even to be able to write a referral, from the bus. And to me, it's not even about that. It is about just basic behavior, and I know we have kids that really do honestly struggle with that, but they have IEPs, they have behavior plans, they ride a special bus. They have aides on the bus. They work in coordination with the school to help that child be able to ride a bus successfully and arrive to school calm, because that's in everyone's best interest. That's not the population I'm talking about. I'm talking about typical kids that are making choices. So I don't know, what else we can do, what else we can say, but to me, it's just a non-negotiable. Our roads are getting too crowded. Traffic's getting worse and worse. Drivers have to focus on the road like never before. And in terms of on-time delivery, if a driver's having to pull over to calm down behavior that shouldn't even be occurring anyway, these kids sit in church and do just fine. So there's no reason why they can't sit on a bus and do just fine. But I think we just have to set that expectation and stick to it. So anyway, getting back to special transportation, this is something as sitting in on a lot of IEP meetings I've seen, is that just because a kid has a disability of some sort doesn't automatically mean they qualify for special transportation, and then doesn't automatically mean they qualify for an aid on that bus. And sometimes that can be really detrimental to a kid, that is out in the community, participating in all kinds of things, and now they're on the quote-unquote short bus. And while it may be very convenient for the parent because that bus pulls right up to their dooryard to pick them up, it doesn't really help the child. I think it's limiting. And I think it also kind of works against us in terms of our goal for on-time delivery. Because if we're having to go house to house to house to pick up kids that are perfectly capable of getting on at a bus stop, then I hope that we can be looking at that. And it just comes from years of experience. And I finally just put the two together. It's like, wait a minute, if we're looking at on-time delivery, and then why are we just sort of doing this out of habit and tradition when really it's in the kids' best interest to be more independent? And again, I don't mean the kids that have physical impairments, that really have the needs to be on a bus with a lot of accommodations, and I know you know that, but I didn't want it to be conveyed out in the community any other way than sincerely, that if we're going to meet our goal, that we have to be looking at the full picture.
That's correct, and we have evaluated that. We looked at it over the summer. Our ESE transportation liaison, Ms. Julie Moore, has helped us significantly to look at the students, and as new students come in that require the different bus settings, then we look to see what's going to meet their needs as far as where that stop should be placed. And it doesn't mean the stop is a door-to-door service. It is the services that they need, which may mean at the end of their block. If they're capable of boarding and unboarding safely at the end of their block, then that's where the stop is placed. We get closer, or as close as we possibly can, with students that are utilize a wheelchair for mobility, or those that need that type of services. But the services are already outlined in that child's IEP, and that's what we serve those children. And then if problems arise, then we get out there and take a look at it and see what we can do to assist. So it doesn't mean you will automatically get that door-to-door service.
Thank you so much, because on behalf of the kids, it really means a lot to almost all of them have a sense of where they are and why they're there. And so anything we can do to truly have them feel and be, part of the greater school system is always a benefit. They're going to graduate and be part of the community anyway, so, let's include them if we can. I just can't thank you enough for everything that your whole department has done and this board has done in terms of supporting transportation. You guys are coming up, and let's please have some sort of celebration when full employment happens.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thrower.
Yes, this isn't criticism. This is adding on to Board Member Thrower's comments, and the critical nature of what you do. I really don't know how you pull it off. I don't know how any district pulls it off, because this is an incredibly difficult situation to be on time, right then, right there. Weather is coming down, and in real time, you have weather, you have all sorts of issues that pop up. Parents have to go out and sit and wait, and they don't know the answer, for example, of why it's late or why the kids are getting there after the bell rings in a chronic fashion, if in fact that's the case. And it's never, ever, I don't like to presuppose that it's the district's fault or the student's fault or the family's fault. I really like to know about the problems. And this is probably the second most frequent call I get is on this issue. And I know the superintendent, I just send them straight in, and then I know she deals with them through you all. And these people become points of light because they see the solution. They see how you work through the problem. They become more familiar with the issues that are involved. And maybe that bad weather of why they have to be there, sitting, waiting, might be the reason that you're late, for example. I'm just throwing that out. The scheduled time, the real time, is so in their consciousness. Because when you're sitting there waiting for a bus, everybody's vulnerable. Everybody. My heart goes out to you and to the parents and to the students. And you have this board member's support, as the rest, to enhance and get this system up to speed so that it really does nail it. Because when I put my child on a conveyance like that, I am trusting, and I don't want to do it with a heavy heart or with anger or with being upset, for example. So my heart goes out to you. You guys are great. I want the kids there before the bell. Everybody does. And the superintendent, I know she's receptive to this. Everyone I've ever sent it gets cleaned up and it gets handled. And I don't get that many calls from, wow, is that the greatest transportation system? So when you nail it, let's just say you nail it 90% of the time, I don't get those calls. I get the other ones, and I see them as an opportunity for you to be able to nail it to 99, 99.9, 100% bingo, like that. So let's just take it as an opportunity to do better all the time, and that isn't personal criticism ever. It's just a great chance to nail it. And you've got all the resources. You got everybody, especially the superintendent, on your team. So know that you've got that level of support, and let's go for 100%. That's what I want.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Rohr, for this presentation. The only thing that I would say is not something to you at all. First, let me say, yes, you guys have done amazing work. This is a very different picture than we saw a year ago, and it's all credit to your team and to the work that everyone has put in to ensure. I received a phone call yesterday asking about teacher shortages and bus driver shortages. I was like, well, our teacher shortage is 150. Bus driver is not quite as bad as what we've seen in the past, and at least in the presentation, bus aids are completely filled. So that's a completely different picture than we've seen in years past. The only comment that I would make actually would be a legislative traffic change, and if there would be a way that we could fix that, that traffic would yield to school buses exiting and entering schools. When there's not a crossing guard there, I've seen it multiple times when buses are trying to come out and the traffic is still, car line is still going. And so when there's not a crossing guard, that would take a legislative traffic change. I understand that, but that's the only thing that I would look. Yeah, I would love to see that traffic would have to yield to buses entering and exiting schools, because I think that would actually help some buses to be even sooner on time on both of those. But anyway, that's just a legislative thing that perhaps we might want to take on at some point. But so is there? Oh, Ms. King has something. Okay. No, you didn't. You didn't wave at me. You didn't wave at me. Everybody else has been waving.
My turn.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Rohr, I don't know if this is a question for you or Teresa. Have you heard anything on our new buses that we were supposed to get this year? Are they still on hold, or do you know?
Yes, so they should be hitting the assembly line because mid-October, the fleet manager will be going up there while they're on the line so they can point out a few things. So we hope to receive them by November, December. But that just depends on, they put them on the line in the order received, and that's how backed up they are. They're a whole year behind.
And I also want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with everything that Ms. Thrower mentioned about the discipline. She mentioned all the reasons why discipline on the school bus is so important, and I just want to add on to that also that when the students are on the bus, and it may not even just be the student with the discipline, but it sets the tone for all those students when they step into that classroom. And so from there for the rest of their day, it's impactful. And so I wholeheartedly agree with what she said. And if there's anything as a board, I don't know where the other board members stand, but if there's another one that we could do to support and back your drivers and your department to alleviate that, please let us know. I don't know what steps that would take, but I do believe that to ensure safety, as you mentioned, safety first, that's where it begins, and that's where the rubber hits the pavement. And if they're good on the bus and go in ready to learn, world of difference. So I just wanted to add that too. And also, Ms. Rohr, I just want to tell you thank you, because I don't know if I'll see you again before November, but thank you. And I was like, Ms. Campbell was saying, she was like, it's a different picture than last year. But when you were talking, I'm like, oh, I got a few years and where we saw things were okay, and then, no, we don't have drivers, or now we have Here Comes the Bus program, or, our buses are old and we're looking for parts or whatever. And you have just always been diligently, or a hurricane. Let me tell you, when I sat there, I was like, Miss Rohr is it. She just had it under control. And you have always been professional. You have always shown true dedication and stewardship. I can't say that word today. Stewardship to Marion County Public Schools. So I just want to tell you thank you and best of luck.
You're very welcome, and thank you too for your support.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Seeing no one from the public here, thank you, Ms. Rohr. I appreciate you so much. Okay, and our final presentation of the day, Mr. McFadden on Safe Schools and our Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool update and recommendations.
Well, good morning, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Dr. Gullett, Attorney Powers, and Mr. Davis. Dennis McFadden here, Director of Safe Schools, to provide you with the Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool board updates and recommendations. As we go through the program, I will refer to this assessment tool as the FSAT to keep from having to say the entire Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool. It will be referred to as the FSAT. This is a confidential document, so as we go through the program, nothing in the document today is confidential that we can't talk about. However, let's try not to name specific schools, specific vulnerabilities that we may have at some of our schools or district sites, so that we don't cause any issues or concerns with safety and security. The FSAT is the primary physical security site assessment tool for conducting security assessments. Basically, after the Marjorie Stoneman incident, the state of Florida came down. This tool has been in place for years, even prior to that, but they made this the mandated primary tool that all school districts across the state of Florida have to use to document information that could identify vulnerabilities in our schools. So there are some reporting requirements. To fulfill those requirements, school districts must observe the following annual schedule. So every year, the school district has to complete this here FSAT document by October 1st of every year. And my staff, along working with school district personnel, school personnel, and law enforcement personnel, gets these done usually by mid-September. End of August, we get them done, and then my team actually takes the entire month of September, for the most part, to review them, make sure all the information in there is correct, and we lock the FSAT document up so that there can't be any changes or inadvertent changes made to it while we're looking at it. Each school district must report to the Department of Education by October 15 that all public and charter schools within the school district have completed their schools security risk assessments. So what will happen is I have to send a document to the state by October 15 saying that all schools have completed this risk assessment. Another reporting is within 30 days. They say the school security specialist, which is, we have one here in our district, Kenny Singletary, must report school security risk assessment findings and school board actions to the Office of Safe Schools within 30 days after the district school board meets publicly. And this is our public meeting where we're meeting. At this opportunity, you have opportunity to email me or give me any recommendations that you would like to see the district do as far as school safety and security. Please email those recommendations, and we have to report those to the Office of Safe Schools by within 30 days, but no later than November 1st. The district also has an assessment. In addition to each school having their own separate assessment, I complete what we call a district assessment, and in this district assessment, it gets down to every detail about everything, school buses, mental health, you name it, it's in this district assessment. I complete those district assessments with the help from different people within the different departments. We take those opportunities to meet and collaborate and discuss better ways to make our district as a whole safe. So, school recommendations and public safety tours. So how is this information acquired and used? FSAT is completed by each school's principal, their supporting staff, which includes the SRO, each year. So we normally get the FSATs around April or May, and they have roughly about 2 months to really go through this FSAT, again, line by line, page by page, to input the information or the data into these FSATs that is specific for their school. So every school is different, every school is unique. So each principal, along with their staff, custodian, secretary, anybody that has pertinent knowledge of the things that's happening at the school or the electrical shut-off valve, anything pertaining to that school, we want them to meet as a group and go over this document and make sure it's correct. And again, my staff will turn around and review those FSATs and make sure that every answer that they put in there is correct, and to make sure that we're getting and providing the state with the most accurate information as possible. First responders will conduct a public safety tour. The state has stated that we only have to do these public safety tours every 3 years, but we as a district, as a department, Safe Schools Department, feel as though we want to do these every year. There is what they call a public safety tour within the FSAT, but this year they came down with a separate FSAT, a whole new, basically new FSAT, created FSAT where public safety, fire and law enforcement, we've got 3 years to do it, but we're going to start doing hours as early as next semester, where we're going to actually go to every school with a fire official, law enforcement official, my team, and walk the campuses and complete this public safety tour. So what are some of the findings and recommendations? What we want to do is complete fencing projects by the end of the 2022 calendar year. We are on pace to do that. Once we complete the final fencing projects, what we want to do is go back at that point and upgrade fencing. There may be some small minor repairs and some additions that we have to do at every school, and we'll start working on that as soon as we complete, get the last school fenced in. We want to use our resources to complete door buzzers and camera projects before the previously anticipated completion dates. In our strategic plan, we had some completion dates of 25, 26. We are very confident that we'll be able to get those prior to that. But unfortunately, we do, just like Ms. Rohrer spoke about, there are some supply issues and supply chain issues where we can't necessarily get everything we need in a timely manner. But we want to, and a lot of these recommendations come right out of the FSAT. They're either given to us by the principals, the staff, law enforcement personnel, or our people take these recommendations, and that's what you see here. Somebody recommended have full-time school-based security personnel on campus, implement electronic access control systems. That is our next big project. I believe that is once we get the fencing done and get the door buzzers and cameras, this is going to be a tall order. But I believe if we, working with some external stakeholders, we visited some other external stakeholders to actually look and see how their access control system is working. Our internal stakeholders, again, this will be a tall order, but I think that's something that we can get started on within a very short while once we complete some other projects. Add more security cameras to school campuses, especially at the secondary level. We know that that's a problem. Every school should have cameras. Again, we're hoping within the next couple of years we'll beat that deadline or that expected deadline of 25, 26. And install anti-vehicle structures at entrances of schools. If you ever been to Target, they've got these big old huge round red balls in front of Target. I'm not saying that they're anti-vehicle structures, but something similar like that, to where something is in front of the front door of the school that will stop a vehicle if someone decided to drive a vehicle through a school. Okay. Install window tint and 3M window film on entry areas and lower windows. Create a vestibule areas that limits access once inside the building as needed. Improve radio transmission signals within the buildings. We know that we talk about how that radio signal and cell phone coverage is not always the best throughout the county, and we do have some schools that may not get the best reception in radio transmission, so we're working on that. Increase security cameras for exterior campus views. Right now we're doing a lot of interior, but we are going to increase the exterior views as well. Install knock box for law enforcement entry. This will give law enforcement quicker access to the building in the event of an emergency, or as well as at night during alarms when we're not there on the campus. state and federal safety and security mandates should be fully funded. That is a big concern that we have, always funding. State mandates that we do certain things, but they don't always necessarily provide the funding. So this was one of the recommendations that came through, that they should be funding these projects. So this is a chart, and I say that I'm very proud and excited about the work that has been done, the commitment of the district to provide the funding, the resources to quickly get these security hardening measures in place. And as you can see, in 2021, where we were at, and we were looking kind of as though we were kind of lagging behind, but as you can see the progress we made since then, talking of what we anticipate having done by 2022-23 projected school year, we're going to be pretty close to being 100% completed with all of our school hardening needs, and that's fencing, door buzzers, and cameras. Again, we are struggling through some labor issues and getting the proper equipment in a timely manner to install the door buzzers and cameras. So, and those are some of the barriers. Supply and demand creates material shortages. It's still out there, still real, where we're unable to get cameras. I think it's 6 to 9 months. If we order today, we got 6 to 9 months wait. Limited staff to complete installations. We looked at hiring the third-party vendors to come out and do it, but we saw where that wasn't going to make it no quicker, and it was going to cost us double and possibly triple the cost of just having it done in-house ourselves. So what are the Safe Schools final recommendations? As a department, what we want to do is we sit down and we realistically want to determine what is best for the district, what is best for the schools. There is a lot of companies out there that call us and pretty much want to provide us with a wish list, and you really have to be careful and you really have to consider what's out there and what is best for this district and what's best for us based on our funding and the makeup of our schools. So everything that they ask us to purchase, and we get these emails, especially after conferences. I'll tell you that now, after conferences, I get multiple phone calls, people trying to sell us stuff. So we recommend that when we have these recommendations, that it comes through the Safe Schools department, because we know the schools better than anybody. My team is actively on these campuses every day, and they're talking with the principals, they're reading these FSATs, so they got an idea of what is actually needed and what's best for those schools. So we work with them. So our recommendations so far for this year is, again, to complete the fencing projects by the end of the 2022 calendar year and start upgrades and other repairs. That is our one of the primary goals. Use resources to complete door buzzers and camera projects before the previously anticipated completion dates. We want to get these, unfortunately, after Uvalde, we felt the sense of urgency to get this done quicker, especially at the front doors where we're trying to put these door buzzers on them. Replace our padlock system on all exterior gates. We are working with our tech services department to get our padlocks on these exterior gates upgraded. Conduct preliminary studies for electronic access control. Again, I think this is the next step that we should start preparing for, although it may not be something that we actually can implement within the, for the next 1 or 2 years. It's important to start now looking at it, getting quotes, calls, and making sure the infrastructure is in place to proceed with that. Install Knox box for law enforcement at all school and district offices. I've been working with law enforcement as well as the fire department, and I've reached out to the Knox box company, and they've got some very strict rules about how that's to be in place, and we're working with them to make sure that we can get this here Knox boxes on all of our school entrances that provides law enforcement with access. And improve radio transmission signals within buildings and buses. We just don't think about buildings, but we also think think about our buses in these outlying areas where the radio communication or cell phone service is not that great. I know that we're working with the county, the technology and information services. I've been meeting with them, meeting with people at the county, officials at the county, to try to get this radio signal, this phone reception services better because it's going to help our schools. And again, that's it. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me at this time, and we'll discuss them. If there's something that we can't discuss, I'll let you know. But again, try not to mention specific school or specific vulnerabilities that we may have.
Mr. McFadden, the only question that I have, since we were just talking about transportation and we've talked about cameras in schools, do we also have cameras on buses?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not going to
Sure.
speak for Ms. Brewer, but whenever I call her and ask for video footage of my bus video, she provides it to me, so I believe we do have cameras. I want to say on all buses, but if not, very few buses don't have cameras.
Okay.
It's been a big improvement over the years.
Right, and I should have asked whenever Mr. Rohr was here. It kind of goes hand in hand, I guess, but certainly that falls into a student safety in addition to safe schools. So,
and we look at that because, again, a lot of our students, they're the first people that are met are our bus drivers. So we work with Ms. Rohr and her team over the summer. My staff provide training for them. We get a lot of positive feedback. One of the things that I see, like you see riding down the road, is cars just speeding past parked buses with the stoplights out. There is technology and software out there that maybe can, and it's something I've thought about and maybe look into, to take photos of those videos or those vehicles and hopefully be able to submit that to law enforcement and ticket those drivers for passing these stop buses. I mean, you see some near accidents where people just drive past the stop bus with the flasher out, the sign out, everything.
thank you. Mr. Browning.
Yes. Let's see. Well, that takes a call to the sheriff, especially if it's happening in any specific area, without question. You know, that's just unacceptable. Anybody, I see our buses. I see people stop. I see if anybody is violating that, then that location or that, you know, whatever it takes. It's very easy to have a dash video. That's a pretty routine item. So if that's happening, I would personally like you to just connect with me. I'll get you a solution on that if you see that happening, and the sheriff will too. Let's see. The biggest issue that I have is this waiting time. That's absolutely unacceptable to me. From a safety point of view, short supply chain issues. I've looked into this. Every outlet that I know of can deliver. So they're there. I don't know who we're dealing with, but whoever it is, if they're 8 months out or a year out or 2 years out, then they're off the list as far as I'm concerned. We get this job done. I am totally intolerant of any supplier being considered a supplier that cannot supply when it's a safety issue. 100%. I mean, that's it. If you're having problems in that area, I specifically can help you, and I would sure like to know about it, because hearing this presentation, I am absolutely, the biggest thing you can do is get with the superintendent and get another report out to us and just get this done. If any door buzzer, any camera, we've got those, and even if we have to do a substitute camera, there is nothing that gets in the way for me of safety on campus with excuses about staff not being available, we'll get staff. We do things. We've got a lot of people hired. We've got capability, and we've got a huge budget. So we can get this done. Cameras, buzzers, anything like that needs to be done. And it needs to be done on time, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's too late. It's unacceptable. Can't go down that road. Unacceptable to me. There is no issue. We talk about it on a regular basis, and I know I've walked the terrain, and we were just talking, the previous person, the bus folks, we were talking about safety issues, and at Stanton Weirsdale with the stop sign, I know you walked it with me, and it still isn't in. It certainly isn't on your shoulders, but I would like to see it be part of your presentation, because no stop sign at that bus where those buses cross that road going in and going out is just an invitation to a horrendous accident. And from the point of view, I personally am working very hard in Tallahassee to get this handled, but I would rather it be handled here locally. And that is, you've interviewed the ladies walking along with a baby carriage and all that kind of stuff right in there, and I know we've worked out ways to send an Uber van or something to pick up individuals, but safety is critical to this board member. I'm intolerant of any lack of safety, especially with simple things like a stop sign. Just intolerant. And I know the other board members try their patience, but that's okay. That's okay, because this board member, I see it clearly. And you as a safety person, I know you see it clearly when there's a vulnerability. You see it clearly. You have to do that, or else you can't be in that job. So 3 years too long. And I'd also like to see the reports come through before we get to the end. You know, right there. Right. I know last year it was right. It was like that, the Friday before the deadline, that type of thing. And so I'd like to see some of that come through earlier, so I can look at it.
So you won't have access to the FSAT. You won't see any of that. That is confidential information. It's a report that we have. Again, it's just so much critical and confidential information within the FSAT itself. We can't put that for public consumption to be able to see.
Not public, but for a board or for yourself. You get to see it, right?
I get to see it, and it is basically what the state says, the Office of Safe Schools is saying, is it's a need-to-know basis, and you're the board, so obviously I have to do whatever.
No, but I mean, a board member can see it, right?
But if you see it, I would have to allow you to come. I couldn't email it to you because I emailed it to you.
No,
you would have to come to my office and see it. I can pull it up, and you have to, view it that way. But we're set to come to bring it to the board for approval. Obviously, this being the work session, if you want to come prior to that.
No, it doesn't have to be public. I understand that. That would be ultra shade, no question. However, it should be privy to you and to myself.
Shade. That's different. It's
well, whatever the correct term is. In other words, confidential. Confidential. And I get a direct meeting. I get that. But I wanted to be sure that you were privy to it, and that a board member would be privy to it.
Right. If you want to come to my office, and remember, we got 50 plus schools to include the charter schools, so every school is unique. I wouldn't be able to go over every school with you because it would take us months. But if you want to see the basic questions and answers for a particular school or specific school, yes, sir. Come by the office and
it'd be overall.
Yes, sir.
For me, it'd be overall, just the sense that we're meeting the obligation, you're getting the support you need, and the students are getting, and the staff at the schools are getting the safety they need. No exceptions, hard, ready to go. I don't care if the boats aren't coming in from China with some camera on it. I can get you cameras. And I can make a suggestion as to how to get that done.
And what we do, again, when we purchase cameras and software, the software has to be compatible to what we already have. We don't want to have 3 or 4 different systems out there because it creates more problems, create more security and safety concerns. So we stick with one type of software, one type of system, so that again we're able to look to the future. Not only are we looking at installing cameras and door buzzers, but we're already preparing in this process, into this infrastructure, to address access control. So when our tech services and our electricians go out and they hardwire these door buzzers into the schools, they're also preparing for access control. So they're not just doing it and then have to go back and start from scratch. They're already putting the infrastructure in place for the access control.
And I appreciate that, and I applaud your due diligence on it. However, I will repeat again that security is the key.
It is.
Safe school is the key. If it takes, the Marines are not deployed for the main gate, then we will deploy someone. We'll put Shore Patrol in the main gate, but we will have it covered, and we will not wait a year till the Marines are deployed to this particular base, using a military type analogy. That isn't a second start from scratch. That's fill the gap, and then everybody needs to know the gap is filled. And we've had it several years to get this gap filled. For this board member, the gap is filled, and we're hard. And I don't care if it's only going to be for a year. Then that's an adequate life for that camera. I want hard, safe, secure schools, and anything that slips by, you almost have to go and get the president to sign off on it to have it be acceptable to me. Hard, safe, for sure, safe schools. No exceptions.
Board members, anything else?
Yes, I relate, and I also see it a little bit differently. I applaud you and your department for everything that you're doing. It always takes me aback when I go to a school and I go to walk in, I'm excited to get there. It's like, oh, that's right, I gotta push the button and all that stuff. It's the reality. The reality is that everything that we've done so far, with what we've experienced, may or may not.
Yeah, we talked
And
about
we've
that.
certainly spent a ton of money. So in the end, it is all about relationships and getting to know the kids, getting to know the staff, being very honest about the challenges that each and every child can bring to us, and not sweeping anything under the rug when it comes to intervening early and effectively.
Yes.
To me, that's our best weapon, but we need a full complement of school safety and security, and I do understand that. I'm living in reality. Trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to ask you. I do notice in my school visits this year that a lot more schools have a lot of what they were missing previously. So
Yes, ma'am.
somehow within the constraints, you're managing to get it done.
We're getting it done.
Yes,
And this
so thank you for that.
Huge effort by a lot of people, and it's not just the school hardening, the physical school hardening measures that's in place, but again, this goes back to, like we talked about, Ms. Thrower, and probably with everybody, being vigilant, seeing what's going on around you, reporting it. It starts with students, staff, family. Our mental health and awareness department plays a huge part in the prevention. And as you see the text that come out, we've got some challenges, but we're working with, again, local law enforcement, all community partners to make sure that we're staying on top of the safety and security needs of our district.
Right, because a lot of times if there's problems in the schools, then there are also problems in the community that law enforcement is already aware of.
Exactly.
And it's that collaboration. And, I'll be very frank with this, politics be damned. This is about kids and their safety and the safety of everyone that works with us and for us. I love the idea of the window film. That sounds pretty low cost and a great way to shield anyone from being able to see what's going on and where people are in a classroom. I would like to hear more. Low cost but very effective.
Right. And just keep in mind, just public and charter schools is what the state mandates us to do. But I visit private schools. St. John's, I was over at Cornerstone School yesterday. And we take ideas from them and we provide them with ideas because they call me up on a regular basis and say, hey, listen, can you come to my school and give us this assessment that you do at your schools? And again, I can't give them this, but there are templates that I can provide for them because the way I see it is every child, school-age child in Marion County is our responsibility. I don't care whether they're in private school, kindergarten, daycare, all the way up to MTC, they're our responsibility.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. McFadden, I was looking at the fences, and I remember a few years back, we were like, we have these needs for these fences, and it's really great to see that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That is there, and because once upon a time it was like two or three a year for a school year, and it wasn't priority. And that's been prioritized, and that shows. And as Mr. was saying earlier, like the buzzers, we walk in, and it does take you back for a minute, like, wait, I can't walk in. Gotta buzz that buzzer and stuff. But it's important that we do that. So thank you for your hard work and dedication, and also seeing this through. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I jokingly, when I first got here, and we were doing roughly 1 to 1.5 schools a year, fencing, and I said, that'll take us 18 years, and I won't be around to see that. So we've got it done quicker. So
and
again,
that was one of your highest concerns.
Yes, I was really concerned about that.
We were talking about that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McFadden. We really appreciate it. Thanks for all your hard work and diligence for our safe schools.
Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will head into board member concerns and comments. Actually, I'll start with Mr. Davis. Do you have anything for us?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Attorney Powers, do you have anything for us?
I do not. Thank you.
Dr. Gullett?
Just to say thank you for a very productive day.
Thank you. Ms. King?
I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Browning?
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Thrower?
I'm good too. I'm really happy about how today went. I felt like it was really informative, hugely productive.
Agreed.
Yep.
Good
day.
Going to be my only
Thank you for the birthday wishes.
Oh, that was going to be the last comment I was going to make, first and last comment. But no, I feel today was very informative. We got a lot accomplished and a lot of information came to us. We don't have anyone from the public here. If there was someone from the public, we certainly could have public comment. But thank you, board, for diligence and dedication to helping every student succeed. And again, Ms. Thrower, happy birthday. With that, the meeting is adjourned, or it's not really a meeting, but our work session is closed.
Just before you do, I would like to give you a compliment for the excellent job that you have done. I know you don't do it that often on the board, but this was well done, and it was a great asset to this board member, the way you handled it, and it was beautifully done. So I just want to compliment you with that.
So we're not really adjourned, but we're leaving the work session at 1:27 p.m. Thank you.